Fees and other charges. What is the fees for PPL? Students, you're not responding, and I don't like it. The first question I'm asking, I have no answers. I want answers in 60 seconds, please. Otherwise, you will make it difficult. There's a question I'm asking. I need the class to answer. You cannot just be quiet.
Sir, I haven't watched those lectures.
Sorry,
I just
Gurpreet.
started.
Read your.
Sir, I haven't watched those lectures. I just started regulation.
अरे तुम्हारी बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ गुरप्रीत. Thanks for notifying. If you have not studied, it's not applicable to you.
Okay,
I'm
sir.
talking about students who have studied it. It's obvious. Come on, come on. Answer. You can verbally answer. Raise your hand and give me verbal answers. It's regulations. We need interaction. Talk to me, students. No text messages unless I tell you to send me answers in Zoom chat. Verbal answers I want. Come on. I want a very descriptive answer. Sushita, have you done it? Jyotsna, have you done it? Nukul, Prerit? Where is Karishma? Come on, students. Talk to me. What's happening? अगर आपको नहीं पढ़ा है आपने गुरप्रीत अगर आपने नहीं पढ़ा है रोहित अगर आपने नहीं पढ़ा है तो रूल 38 बोल दिया ना मैंने एक्सेस रूल 38 आई टॉट यू हाउ टू एक्सेस रूल्स okay so Jyotsna and Nandana Nandini and Jyotsna are ready. Suchita, what about you? Prerit, Nukul, Gurpreet, Rohita, rule number 48. I want answers. Raise your hand. Rule 48. Everybody should raise their hands. You don't know how to access rules? I've taught that in the first lecture itself. Okay, that is question answer number one. Question number one. There's second question that I want you all to answer. Rule Rule 6. Who can tell me what is Rule 6 about? And Rule 63. Even if you know one answer, keep your hands raised. Okay, please. Nandini, keep your hands raised. Even if you know one answer, keep your hands raised. I want you all to quickly find the answers. It's not difficult. Find and give me the answer. 6 and Rule 63. I also want you to tell me Rule 6 and Rule 63 are related to which rule? I don't know why this is flashy. Can you also see the flashy thing, students? Just happened all of a sudden. Okay, Nandini. So what's the fees for PPL? Where do you get the reference and what are the other fees? Share in your own words, but in short.
So in Rule 48, there is for issue or validation of license or rating other than SPLM, GPL, which is 5,000 rupees. And renewal of the same would be 2,500.
Again, I didn't get the keywords. For PPL, 5,000, renewal, 5,000, is it?
No. For license other than PPL and GPL.
For license other than CPL and GPL, guided pilot license and commercial pilot license. License other than that, it's 5,000. So for PPL, it's 5,000. My
Yeah.
question is PPL,
GPL is 5,000.
private pilot license.
Yes, sir.
Very good. And what other information do we have in Rule 48? What is the title? Like main forte of Rule 48.
Fees
Nandini?
and charges.
Renewal also 5,000, right? Okay. Who can tell me the validity? Rohita, website. Think about the first few lectures that you have attended. Find information. I need to see your hand raised. One of the questions is also validity of PPL. And with validity of PPL, I also need the validity of medical associated with PPL. So your medicals will never be confusing factor for you because you'll always associate it with validity of the licenses. Correct? Anuja, welcome to the class. How do you read? I hope you can hear me. Good. Gurpreet, क्या आंसर दे रहे हो आप बताओ? Which question are you answering?
Sir, Rule 48 is
48 हो गया.
yes, sir. Sir, ask me.
Sorry?
Sir, ask me next question, please.
मैंने एक साथ 4 क्वेश्चन बोले हैं, अभी अच्छे से सुनना चाहिए था. 663. What is rule 6 and 63 connected with which rule? And validity of PPL. ये बोल दिया. Students, focus, okay? If regs में you don't focus, आप आगे मिस कर जाओगे. I'm just setting up, but I first need to see where we stand because काफी टाइम हो गया मिलके लाइव अपन को. Good. Okay. Suchita, what answer are you giving?
For the validity of PPL,
Validity of PPL, tell me.
so the validity of medical fitness assessment is 2 years, that is 24 months, and the validity of license is 10 years. And after attaining the age of 50,
Validity of license is 10 years. And what did you say before that?
validity of medical fitness assessment, that is 2 years.
And what kind of validity is that?
So that is class 2 medical.
Very good.
And after attaining the age of 50, the person has to, the validity of medical fitness reduces to 1 year, half of it.
After a person reaches age of 60, provided what?
So 60 is for multi-crew. I said 50.
50. 50 for what?
50 for PPL, but medical fitness assessment.
I didn't get it. Maximum age for class 2 medical is 50 years.
Negative, sir.
Then
So after the person is 50 years or more, after that the validity would reduce of the medical assessment to half of it, which was before. So before it was 2 years, and after attaining the age of 50, it will be 1 year.
after the age of 50.
Yes, sir.
And this is for single pilots or dual pilots? Or no such bifurcation?
No such bifurcation as such.
Okay. Okay. Anybody wants to add on to this answer, correct if it's wrong? Or confirm if it's correct? Jyotsna, what do you think?
Yes, it's correct. It's rule number 399 Charlie. Medical fitness is for 4 months for the class 2, and the validity of the license is 10 years. And after the age of 50 years, for the PPL holder license, it reduces to 1 year.
Students, when you're using RT to speak numbers, I appreciate it, but do both ways. Say 39er Charlie and 39 Charlie, both. Because when you say rule, generally they are said in normal language like 39, unless you're speaking over radio telephony. So say both, make it a habit. Otherwise, some people on the other side will not be able to figure out. They might be not as smart as we are giving that answer, and it might go over and above their head. Okay, remember that. Very good. This is very good. Now just imagine if you have understood it and you have well revised, students, then just thinking about it, you'll be able to talk about these things. This is how you have to remember things. The whole process and a flow chart in your mind, everything. It is easy, it can be done. You sit with it and you do it on a repetition. Like sit to study the same topic in class, then 2 self-study sessions, 1 revision overall. And it doesn't take long when you do revision or second study. It doesn't take long. Okay. So Jyotsna, which question are you going to answer apart from your supplement to this?
So rule 6 is
Mhm.
licensing of personnel.
Very good.
So in this, each aircraft has to carry and be operated by the prescribed licenses, which are mentioned in the Schedule 2.
Very good. See, students, personal licensing has so many different connections. If you study through this perspective, you have touch based everything that could be asked with respect to personal licensing. Information that is there in the civil aviation requirements for personal licensing and the information that is connected, because a mention of these rules is there in RCR. How about Rule 63? Nandini. You don't know the answer? In the civil aviation requirements for personal licensing and the information that is connected, because a mention of these rules is there in a. Okay, very
Sir,
Nandini. Yep.
yeah. Rule 63 is aircraft for which radio apparatus is obligatory, but I'm not sure about this.
Why not sure? Where is your link to access? Cross check and text me your answer.
Okay, sir.
Prerit, Rule 63.
Sir, Rule 63 is aircraft for which apparatus is obligatory. It comes under radio telegraph apparatus.
Students, that's a good start. But the rule, the 2 pointers in the rule are also very important. You cannot be this lazy. I said I need descriptive answers. Prerit, don't just stop there. Explain the rule in your own words. It's a very important rule. We are doing RT, we're doing regs. In regulations, communications, in the end, it's all RT. The students who have done RT, I'm telling you, your 20% regulations is done through RT, minimum. Okay. So Prerit, answer, continue. Rule 63. Second thing, Nandini and who else? I think Anuja. See, there's communications in regulations, which we'll be covering once, of course. But I suggest right now you have time. You can attend live lectures. So I suggest you attend a few sessions that I have for RT and get introduced with communications like that. After that, when you just read through the communications requirements, also text, it'll make more sense to you. So if you're, and it will always obviously help you ahead for RT also. And I'm just giving it to you like as a part of regs. So if you think it's a good idea, and if you can spend 10, 12 hours minimum over 3, 4 sessions to get the basics done of that, then you can give it a try. Okay. Let me know over text whenever, so I'll share. Okay, students. Prerit, are you explaining?
Yes, sir. Sir, according to this rule, Rule 63, every aircraft registered in India, whether BFR or IFR, shall be filled with radio telephony equipments or apparatus with two-way communication as per the flight plan.
Now it's a little makes a little more sense. Same thing can we explain in our own words? Anuj, I did a readability check with you. How do you read? I just want to know if you can hear me. Students, I want proper explanations and quick. Don't make me say that again and again. Everybody got it, right? Nukul, what answer are you going to give? Which question?
So Rule 63, aircraft for which radio apparatus is applicable.
Okay.
Sir, all the aircraft which are registered in India, it capable with the VFR and IFR conditions to fly, and it should have the communication equipment which capable of communication of two-way communication at a particular one time, that is duplex communication, and it should have the airworthiness airworthiness sorry yes.
Doing good, Nukul. Very good. See, students, explaining in your own words. Why am I asking you all to explain in your own words? Think about it. It's less to do with explanation and it's more about. It's less to do with explanation and more about have you understood it. Use any language. You can use Hindi, you can use English, Gujarati, Marathi, Punjabi. South, you'll have to train me a little with keywords and then say, or else some translator I'll need. But what I'm trying to say is your answers you can explain in your own language. I want descriptive answers. So if I had to translate this answer into my basic understanding in my in Hindi, okay, my national language, then what would I say? If I have to fly a commercial aircraft, then it's a regulatory requirement that my commercial aircraft, which is complying either by VFR or IFR, has to have a approved two-way radio communication equipment on board the aircraft. If I don't have it, then my aircraft is not fit to fly. It means Rule 63 denotes that I need to have a radio apparatus and I need to have licensed professionals to be able to operate those radio apparatus. If that is not complied, then my aircraft cannot perform a flight in civil aviation as per IFR or VFR. अब मैंने इंग्लिश में बोल दिया, हिंदी में अगर ये चीज मुझे बोलनी है मैं कहूंगा कि लीगली इवन इफ आई हैव लीगली अगर मेरे पास सब कुछ है, अगर मेरे पास टू वे रेडियो कम्युनिकेशन इक्विपमेंट नहीं है तो वो प्लेन इंडिया में कमर्शियली फ्लाई नहीं कर सकती है. एंड ये रूल मुझे रूल 63 ऑफ एयरक्राफ्ट रूल्स 1937 बताता. ये रूल मुझे ये भी कहता है कि लाइसेंस प्रोफेशनल होने चाहिए जिनको वो अपैरेटस ऑपरेट करना आता है. आजकल पायलट से सब कुछ कराते हैं. पहले नेविगेटर अलग होते थे, कम्युनिकेशंस तो चलो पायलट्स के साथ होता था. फ्लाइट इंजीनियर्स अलग होते थे जो सिस्टम पैरामीटर्स को चेक करते थे. So that is Rule 63 of 1937. I need this understanding. बाद में आप कैसे भी दो, अभी मैं एक बार चेक कर लूँ, आप एक बार अपने लैंग्वेज में ये सब अच्छे से बता पाओगे. इफ यू आर एबल टू टेल मी दिस इन योर लैंग्वेज इजीली, देन आई विल अंडरस्टैंड दैट. गुड. जस्ट शो इट टू मी वंस, दैट्स इट. बार बार नहीं पूछना है मुझे. ओके स्टूडेंट्स, एनी डाउट्स? नुकुल, अनुजा, कैन यू हियर मी?
Negative, sir.
Jyotsna, Gurpreet, Nandini, Prerit, Suchita, Rohita, Hemant will be watching, Likit will be watching, Neha will be watching. So many students will be doing it offline. So many. I'm like, Okay, let's get ahead. Now, key points and the flow chart. Very easy. I'm trying to make this as easy for you. It is lengthy, but it's not difficult. It's the most interesting thing. Just not able to share. Got it. What are the sources of rule of the air or rules of the air? Okay. Now, CAR has many sections. Asking about sections of CAR has become a part of RTRA Part 2 Viva also. Students are being asked sections and they're not able to answer. Do you really think it's that difficult to not be able to answer sections? I don't think so. How many sections do we have? We have 11 sections. Rules of the air falls under section 9 or section 9er. Okay. So the first source I'll write down for me is section 9. And what is the title of section 9? Section 9, you can easily what is the word? You can easily miss knowing about section 9. What is that word, students? That we miss something. Section 9. Write down airspace and air navigation service standards. So what is section 9 all about? Section 9 is all about airspace. So the airspace in which we fly and air navigation services standards. Section 9. Under section 9, we have series A, series B, series C. Just segregation. Series C part 1. You don't need to remember series C part 1 like that. You don't need to remember the issue date, issue number, revisions. That is fine. You need to be aware whether it's latest or not. This is so far latest unless a revision was issued just now. It's like that. We just got the fresh batch before starting the session. The same information exists in whatever textbooks you get, students. It's just that your textbooks are good with respect to questions and options for practice. So it's good to have these textbooks handy just to practice questions after every topic. And for revision also, it's good because if you have studied like this, then there you get everything segregated here and there. But it doesn't make much sense there as much as it does here. But yeah, you can always give it a read after doing this. Like I suggest you always read with these PDFs only, that now you have access to these. Like I'll be sharing the Google Drive with you all. Airspace standards and airspace and air navigation services standards. Okay, not just standards, services standards. Remember, questions could be tricky. Now, what is the origin? Now, when I say origin, origin will also have further reading sources. Okay. The origin comes from Article 12. And this Article 12 title is also the same, Rules of the Air. But Article 12 of what? Of the Convention on International Civil Aviation. It's the Chicago Convention. Okay. Article of the Convention on International Civil Aviation. So all the contracting states will adopt what was mentioned in Article 12. As per the Article 12, ICAO made Annex 2, and officially Annex 2 was adopted by all the contracting states. So Annex 2 then gives me standards that I need to maintain as a part of the rules of the air, which I, as a contracting state, should adopt. So standards. We know annexures are standards and recommended procedures. So Annex 2, rules of the air standards that all contracting states should do. Article 12, rules of the air. What is this stating? Now just think about this, okay? What are they stating? They are simply stating that every member state should adopt measures to ensure, measures as in take action, measures to ensure no matter what your nationality or registration is, whenever you are flying within a country's territory, or you are flying or maneuvering over the territorial area, that is the geographical boundaries, national boundaries, then that aircraft should comply with these rules mentioned in Article 12. Okay. As per this convention and this Article 12, all the member states are required, okay, to maintain their own rules based upon these regulations. And whoever breaks those rules, they should be prosecuted for it by the national authority itself. Even when people are flying over water bodies that no countries own, they have to comply with these rules. So whatever I just said now is described by Article 12. Based upon Article 12, ICAO issued Annexure to Rules of the Air, which gives me standards that all contracting states should adopt. I have to follow that standard. So from the Chicago Convention to ICAO, from ICAO, I come to India. In India, the first definitive parameter that came first, okay, is Rule 16. Rule 16 of Aircraft Rules 1937. Rule 16 of Aircraft Rules 1937. Now you need to know, as per this rule, we have been told that every person, they have to comply with the rules of the air, and these rules of the air are issued by Director General. Everything that you're going to learn in rules of the air has been issued by Director General of Civil Aviation. And this is issued by DG in accordance with Annex 2. Now, this is the statement that should be marked the correct statement answer out of 3 confusing statements. Those confusing statements could be like this: rules of the air issued by DG in accordance with Article 12. Rules of the air issued by DG in accordance with Rule 16. Rules of the air issued by DG in accordance with Annex 2. Just giving an example. This question might come, might not come. Possible to come. Such are questions. You'll be like, okay, DG to de raha hai sab mein, but in accordance with what? All are correct. What is the most appropriate answer? Annexures. Remember, annexures are very important. Whatever is in practice, article को supersede करके annexure आया और annexure has taken place over the article now. But we need to know the history behind it. That article can also be referred. But the actual point of regulations that puts it into force would be found in annexures. So see if you have Annex 2 in the folder when I'll share with you in the break. These rules, okay? So if Annex tell me the standards, article tells me that everybody as a member of contracting state should comply, then what is Rule 16 saying? Rule 16 is saying that every person, every pilot, and every person in charge of an aircraft should be taking steps which are practical, okay? Common sense. Practically, the responsibility of rules of the air based Rule 16 of the Indian Aircraft Rules 1937, DGCM. What does it state? It states that every person, every pilot, or every person in charge of the aircraft, whether the aircraft is in flight or whether the aircraft is being maneuvered on land or water, that is on ground, the pilot, the person in charge, should ensure that the windows, the windscreens, the side screens of the aircraft, through which the pilot could see forward and sideways, they are not obstructing his view in any possible way. Now, this is a very strange statement because Rule 16 in general talks about compliance with rules of the air. But it mentions a specific statement that it is a responsibility to ensure that the windows, side screens, and all, they are not obstructed. So it's your job to ensure that they are not obstructed. So it's your job to ensure they are maintained in such a way, in such a condition that they do not obstruct your view out of the aircraft. Remember this point. Now, CAR Section 9, Series C, Part what? 1 or 2? Part 1. You don't need to remember Series C Part 1, but I'll say rules of the air. Remember, CR means Civil Aviation Requirements. CR Section 9 Series C Part 1. I'm giving you all in bullet points, okay? Rules of the air, okay, is issued under provisions of Rule 16 and rule. The moment I give you the rule number, I need the headline and a brief explanation on the rule number within 60 seconds. I need your hands raised. Okay. The CR is issued under provisions of Rule 16 and Rule 133A of Indian Aircraft Rules 1937. Rule 133A, title, scope, extent, whatever it is. 60 seconds. I want your hands raised. Sushita, very quick to do it. Very nice to see that. And Rule 16 description also following that. Be ready. But first question is Rule 133A.
So the next rule is? So can you repeat the second rule?
There are two rules mentioned on the screen. That's the second rule.
Okay, okay. So got it.
Jyotsna and Suchita. What about Nandini? Students, I'm just clarifying instant doubts, okay? You can also text me on wherever you have chat, like specific to you. So Jyotsna, on the website, on the section title, on under sections, it's specifying this, but when you open the section, when you open the CR, rules of the air, in that the title is clearly mentioned, services standards. तो स्टैंडर्ड्स आ गया और सर्विसेज वाला ऑप्शन ही नहीं है तो स्टैंडर्ड्स करेक्ट होगा आंसर बट सर्विसेज वाला ऑप्शन भी और स्टैंडर्ड्स भी ऑप्शन में तो सर्विसेज स्टैंडर्ड्स वाला करेक्ट होगा हमारा समझ रहे हो यस आई लाइक दिस मीन्स यस Okay, Suchita, give me the answer.
So Rule 133 Alpha is regulatory provision and issue of special directions by DGCM. Rule 16 is regarding
Rule 133A title is fine. I need a little bit of brief explanation in your own words. Good
So it,
title, but I need understanding. Yeah. Quick, brief.
so, sir, it states that Director General may through the notices like NOTAMs, aeronautical information circulars, issue notices to aircraft owners and maintenance engineers and other and to other personnel and 133 Alpha regulates the provision basically and gives authority to DGCA to issue notices.
Okay. Still, I'm looking for a simplified explanation. Good effort, Suchita. Explained all key points. Still not easy to fall on an untrained aviation untrained ear. Yes, Nandini, give it a try.
So Rule 16 is rules of air. So every person shall comply with these rules which are specified by the DG.
Fine. Rule 16, fine. Suchita, what were you saying about Rule 16?
So it is regarding rules of air.
Many things are regarding rules of air. What is the difference? What is it specifying? Prerit? Think about the answers. Anuja, I've taught everyone how to access rules. Even if you have not studied, not done anything, it's a fresh topic for everyone. So try to find answers. Rohita, try to find answers. Prerit, Jyotsna.
Yes, sir. Sir, the Rule 33A is the issue of special directions by DGCA. Uh, it it says that the DG gives the special directions or the notices to the owners or the maintenance engineers of the aircraft for the special operations or use or maintenance of the aircraft which are navigating in India or registered in India.
Okay. Jyotsna, can you try and explain in your own words in a better way? Students are doing good.
So Rule 133 defines that the Director General may issue some special notices and the directions for the air that are not inconsistent with the Aircraft Act 1934 related to the operations, manufactures, and the possessions or the maintenance of the flying aircraft in India, which are registered in in India. So the Director General can issue the notices to those aircrafts through NOTAMs, AIPs, AICs, etc.
Okay. Okay. Students, I'm getting it. सब लोग बोल रहे हैं I'm getting it. Still, I'm not getting it. ठीक है. Good try. You're getting there. Good, good, good. Nukul?
So the Director General conveys message or information through the notices like NOTAMs, aeronautical information publication, or aeronautical information circulars to the owner of the aircraft and the aircraft maintenance engineer to proceed the rules and regulations regarding to the what we say
Mm-hmm.
regarding to the DGCA. Let's say here or
Mm-hmm. ठीक है. Good try. रुक क्यों गए आप? ठीक है. Praise,
so
you
I
were saying
was
something.
getting second points.
ठीक है. एक बार रीड करके है ना अपने दिमाग में शॉर्ट पॉइंट्स बना लो स्टूडेंट्स. आई एम सेइंग यू कैन यूज अदर लैंग्वेजेस आल्सो राइट नाउ. ओके. समझने के लिए. ठीक है. गुड एफर्ट. Still not what I'm seeking right now, but you'll get there, everyone. Prerit, last chance. Rohita, you want to try? Gurpreet, you want to try? Anuja, you want to try? Everybody else is doing so well. The thing is, you are too technical right now with your explanation. I like it. It's good professionally. But for me to know whether you understood it or not, you'll require to explain it to me overall as we go ahead. Quick, quick, quick. प्रेरित चुप क्यों हो यार? आपको क्या स्पेशल इनविटेशन चाहिए? जनरली आप फटाफट सब कुछ करते हो. आज डिले क्यों कर रहे हो आप?
Sir, I'll stick to my previous answer.
ये कभी नहीं बोलना है. मारेगा कोई इंसान आपको ऐसे जवाब दोगे तो. क्या प्रीवियस आंसर? आपको बोला है प्रीवियस आंसर को अच्छे से डिस्क्राइब करो. तो अगर सेम रिपीट कर रहे हो तो दोबारा से दो आंसर. ये क्या हो गया प्रीवियस आंसर? मुझे नहीं पता क्या था प्रीवियस आंसर. दो वापस से आंसर.
Yes, sir. So, Rule 133 Alpha stands for issue of special directions by DGCA. It stands for the DG gives the notice to the owner of aircraft or the maintenance engineers about the special directions for the operation or the manufacture of the aircraft which are maintained or navigated in India or registered in India.
हिंदी में समझाओगे? लास्ट ट्राई. स्टूडेंट्स अब हिंदी बोलने में मत शर्माओ प्लीज. नुकुल, आपको कुछ बोलना है या फिर हाथ नीचे कर लो? Okay. Good effort. Rohita, did you see rule 133A? Gurpreet, did you see rule 133A?
Yes, sir.
Anuja, did you see rule 133A? I want verbal answers. I'm not asking for chat-based answers right now. Yes, no, maybe. Students, if are not responding, मैं क्लास के बाहर कर दूंगा, बोलो रिकॉर्डिंग देखो आप लोग फिर. क्या आपके पीछे टाइम वेस्ट हो रहा है लाइव लेक्चर में? बुरा मत मानो, I'm just sharing. Don't go on my tone right now. But yeah, रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं कर रहे हो, 10-10 मिनट ऐसे ही वेस्ट हो रहा है, 5-5 मिनट. वैसे ही टाइम लगता है रेगुलेशंस में. तो सही हो जाओ आप लोग, रिकॉर्डिंग पढ़ो, आपके लिए वो अच्छा है. आई डोंट माइंड. Gurpreet, Anuja, Rohit, I'm talking to you.
Yes, sir, I have given you answer. I am seeing rule number 33A.
काश देखने से पास हो जाता है. समझाओ मुझे, समझाओ. जल्दी करो यार, दूसरे वेट कर रहे हैं यार. Push, students, push. This is not done. Now understand the concept. Firstly, I want you all to write this statement down that you see on the screen right now. CR Section 9, Rules of the Air, is applicable to. It is applicable to, the keywords are all aviation stakeholders in India. It doesn't mean you have to have stocks invested in stock market. Everybody who's involved in aviation in India, this is applicable to everyone. Why am I doing this? Because I'm involved in aviation. Why you're doing this? You are involved in aviation. You don't have a license. Might have a computer number, might not have a computer number. Still, it is applicable to you because you're invested in it right now. So that is applicability. The words applicability and all these things are very important. Now remember, this CR is issued as per Rule 16. What is Rule 16? Rule 16 is very simple. Every person should comply with rules of the air issued by Director General in accordance with Annex 2. Whatever rules are applicable to that person, whether he's a guide pilot, whether she is a commercial pilot, whether he's a owner of an airline, operator of an airline, operator of a training institute, or owner of an aerodrome, or maybe a service provider, safety service provider, manufacturer, regulator, advisor. Every person shall comply with rules of the air, which are issued by DGCA in accordance with Annex 2. Rule 16 says that nobody will not comply with these rules. But then DGCA always has authority to exempt people from following any rules if they seem that is okay. But this CR, Section C, Section 9, Series C, Part 1, Rules of the Air, it has been published based upon two rules, Rule 16 and Rule 133A. It is issued under provisions of this. Rule 16 overguides this, that whatever I have issued under this CR, you have to follow as per Rule 16, you have to follow. Rule 16 नहीं होता, आप follow नहीं करते, चल जाता. लो अपनी plane उड़ा लो, बिना paperwork के. Rule 16 है. Plus, this CR is not just issued, rules of the air that you're going to learn, it's not just issued by 16. अब क्या हुआ था? Indian Aircraft Rules 1937 बनने से पहले, if you remember, Indian Aircraft Act in the first few lectures that we have studied, 1934. Indian Aircraft Act में जो था, उसके basis पे rules बने. This act definitely is based upon the Annex 2. Annex 2 तो बाद में adopt हुआ था, उसके पहले तो Article 12 ही था. तो revisions आते रहते हैं, updates आते रहते हैं. So there are revisions and updates that come. Annex 2 came into effect a little later than Aircraft Act. But then, what they are trying to say in Rule 133A, now students focus, your understanding, your way to explain, and what I'm saying, if there is a difference, then gauge the difference and read the statement again and see why you could not understand that paragraph the way you should have if there is a difference in what I'm about to say. Just observe and learn and do that much, and then we'll proceed with general rules. Or before that, whatever it is. Do that exercise, okay? If you want to be a master of regs and retain the knowledge till the time you are giving your airline interview papers, then yes. So, Rule 133A says that DGCA has the authority to issue provisions, regulatory requirements, which are not mentioned in the Aircraft Act or not based upon the Aircraft Act 1934. Over and above that, over and above the information that is the basis for Indian civil aviation. So Indian civil aviation basis all starts for the Aircraft Act 1934. An act is a big thing. In India, so many new acts are being passed. So many acts are under controversies. Without an act, a law cannot be passed. We don't know. We are not law students, but now you know. Before a law to be passed, there has to be an act. ACT, that's the term. The act determines the entire scope of the rules. Based upon the act, a rule book is made. So Indian Penal Code is based upon an act. And whatever rules, wherever you go. Now what you need to understand, there are two rules. One, comply with rules of the air. 16. Rule 133A, whatever acts, rules are not there in 1934 based act, DGCA can give you more regulations to follow over and above that through a provision of aeronautical information services. Remember, Annexure 1.5. In the aeronautical information services, you have modes of communication. So you will publish those rules in the form of NOTAMs, AIPs, AICs. But you will not just make the new rules. You will give 30 days time. Nobody's talking about those 30 days. You will make it a draft and just propose that the introduction of that rule and put it visibly to everyone who would be involved and give them 30 days time to object. If nobody objects in 30 days, then DGCA will issue new rules that are over and above the rules that you are going to see in the Aircraft Act. So whatever you will read now in the CR Section 9 Rules of the Air, all the 72 page booklet, that is it. It's very small, I would say. That is issued based upon the Aircraft Act as well as authority of DGCA for special rules, special instructions. So what you're going to study has the information in Aircraft Act, the information in aircraft rules, and then over and above much more new information that was issued over the period of time through a different or a number of different aeronautical information services. So you need to know what are the different type of documents or modes of communication. So DGCA or iCATS, they don't just talk verbally. Oh, Alkesh, ये rule follow कर लो. Okay, Suchita, ये rule follow कर लो. अच्छा, तुम commander हो, ये rule follow करो. अच्छा, तुम co-pilot हो, ये rule follow करो. अच्छा, तुम manager हो, ये rule follow करो. No, it's not possible. Millions of people are doing that job. So they'll issue a draft. And that draft, that physical copy of paper, they'll email it, courier or mail or email it to everyone like an email blast. So they have proper modes. They'll send it to regulatory authority. Regulatory authority will release it on the website. Very simple. That's it. And then they will replace the hard copies which are mentioned by the government. The real books, the main library, main content. That is always there in hard copy. Secure somewhere. So now you know what they are talking in Rule 133 है. आप बस रीड कर रहे हो, आप समझ नहीं रहे हो. ऐसे चलेगा तो रेगुलेशंस, सिलेबस तो मैं पूरा करा दूंगा, बट आपको याद रहेगा नहीं रहेगा. बस इतना ही है. और बाकी बिना पढ़े भी 60-65 तो कोई भी ले आता ही है. तो आपको एक्चुअली पढ़ाई तो बस वही करनी है ऊपर की. Like this is strange. Even if you don't study, people are scoring 50. Even we are studying but not enough, we are scoring 60. How strange is that? Have you ever wondered? So read Rule 133A again. एंड टेल मी जो मैंने समझाया वो डायरेक्टली समझा था या नहीं समझा था, और नहीं समझा था तो क्यों नहीं समझा था, वो अपने आप से बात करो एंड डिस्कस विथ मी इफ यू हैव टू. आई एम मेकिंग यू प्रैक्टिस एंड डू इट, बट आई वोंट डू इट फॉर एवरी क्वेश्चन. अब ये समझ लो, तो आगे के पॉइंट्स वन बाय वन बस क्विकली पढ़े, एंड मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया कि आप समझ रहे हो, तो मैं बस आपसे हाँ या ना पूछूंगा और आगे जाऊंगा. Is everybody reading Rule 133A? Gauging the difference?
Affirm, sir.
Do it, okay, students? So now if somebody tells you, यार ये तेरा section 9 में information क्या क्या basis पे आई है? अरे Rule 16 and Rule 133 के एक basis पे आई है. ये जो information है, it's based upon Annexure 2 is issued by DG. And it has to be followed by all people. All this three information is given to me in Rule 16. And of course, the rules of the air 1937 are based upon the Indian Aircraft Act. So that is a given that the information comes from the Indian Aircraft Act 1937. Over and above that, whatever new rules and regulations were published by DGCA, which is the authority with DGCA, that authority DGCA gets through Rule 133A of the Indian Aircraft Rules 1937. That DGCA can issue more rules over and above civil aviation requirements. So the rules are in the requirements or the rule book. Over and above, more rules could be initiated through different forms of the AIS. So now you know why AIS is so important. All of a sudden, you think NOTAMs and AIPs and AICs are just something that is not important. Now see, they are so important. They are the mode of communication and implementation of your rules. So don't miss Annexure 1.5. Don't miss AIS. RT students have already done it. Students in RT who have not done it, I think part 2 sessions you have it. So I already have some sessions that you can study in your free time and stay one step ahead, students. In the meantime, like over and above what we do, I'm just saying. So feel free to request and I'll share that with you. Free, like, of course. It's an advantage to you all because it's for eggs. Done. Rule 133A, did you understand the difference? Will you be able to explain now? Whoever is ready to explain, raise your hand. So Suchita is ready, Jyotsna is ready, Nandini is ready. Good. Don't be under pressure. Push yourself. What I'm asking you to do is not that easy. I have got it with years of experience. But it is possible. You get it. Gurpreet, Anuja, Nukul, Prerit. आप लोग नहीं try करोगे? Rohita has some disconnections today. Fine. Jyotsna, please explain.
So it states that for all the aircrafts flying in or over India or which are registered in India, whatever acts are not mentioned in the aircraft rule 1934, DG can issue over and other rules in the form of NOTAMs, AICs, PICs, that is AICs, correction AICs, and aeronautical information publications to the aircraft owners and the maintenance engineers. They prepare a particular draft on the website of the DG, and they have to. It is valid for the period of 30 days, and they have to fill that.
ठीक है, very good effort, Jyotsna. My proof of finding out what you have said is always to listen unconsciously to see if you have got it done. So whenever you're multitasking, like if I'm focused on doing something reading, your keywords should fall on my ears, and that's how it is a way to check. So it was better than before. Very good. Still not very clear. Emphasis is on certain points that are new for you, but probably are not that important. As important is something else in the point. So we need to be trained to pick that up also. I'm just saying you'll get there, students. Eventually you'll get there. I'll make you get there. Good effort, but a little more simplicity. But yeah, covered all points because keywords were there, Jyotsna. Good effort, Jyotsna. I liked it. Liked it. Anyone who's listening, your answer will not be doing it subconsciously, will be doing it consciously. So that way the answer is very good. So I'm making you ready for the worst case scenario, students. So exams to आपको easy आने वाली है, whatever I'm trying to do right now. So good. I'm already building a safe blanket for you. Good, good, good. चलो प्रीत, आप ट्राई नहीं कर रहे हो, आपको की बात का बुरा तो नहीं लगा है?
No, negative, sir.
चलो
Sir,
बढ़िया.
I can try in Hindi.
Okay. Suchita, just try once.
So as per Rule 133 Alpha, that is regarding regulatory provisions, the Director General may issue special directions over and above the Aircraft Act 1934 and other rules. And these are applicable to all aviation stakeholders in India. And these rules are to be complied by the persons to whom the direction is issued. Under this rule, Director General, that is DGCA, will issue the draft for a period of 30 days, that is 30 days, for the invitation of any objections and suggestions. And after that, if there is no objection, then the draft will be issued as a rule or and as an update or amendment to the previous rule.
Good. Very, very keywords I could not find, but it's fine. Still, students are not understanding the context here. Focus on the context once more, Rule 133A with respect to rules of the air. Okay, remember this point and recollect. Remember and then recollect. Rule 133A is a provision given to DGCA to issue rules, regulations, standards to be followed pertaining rules of the air to all people involved. Those rules which are over and above the ones mentioned in the Aircraft Act and the civil aviation requirements that issues rules of the air has been issued under provision of this rule. So a lot of information has been issued through this, which is not in Aircraft Act and not in rules of the air as per the rules, but over and above in AIS, AIC, NOTAMs. So all that information has been gathered and given to us in this CR section 9. So that connect is still missing in your explanation, students. I think you're still focused on explaining the rule, which you're doing quite effectively, sticking to the text language, because you think as a student, you have to mug up things. Here in regulations, few things need to be mugged up. Most of the things need to be understood. So I need this connect in your explanation. Otherwise, you're just learning 133. You are not learning rules of the air. Okay. Rule 16. Three sets of information are there in Rule 16. What are those three information? What is that? Those part of three information? That the rules of the air are issued by DG. They are issued in accordance with Annex 2, and every person should comply with rules of the air mentioned in CR Section 9 rules of the air. Got it, everyone? Can we move ahead? Nandini, Nukul, all know now what is rules of the air, what is the origin. ICAO Annex 2, Article 12, Rules 13, Rule 133A. CR is issued under the provisions of which rules? Rule 16 and Rule 133A. What is the applicability? What is Rule 16 and what is Rule 133A? If you don't know what is Rule 16, you might think Rule 16 is rules of the air and it has 72 pages. No, it's just a rule. Remember, 1 mark, 2 mark, very important. Every question is very important. So many times students get stuck at 66, 68, right? So directions by Director General, special provisions, AIS. AIS the key, 30-day draft is the key for objections. Engineers, pilots, they're just explaining everyone, all teams, not just pilots. Because generally airspace and navigation is to do with flying, right? Rules of the air with flying. So here only once or twice you will see references made to engineers. So that is a good point to notice actually. That Jyotsna was emphasizing again and again. But that comes secondary. Primary is, okay, understanding what the rule is. Students, it is easy. Another technique when you're reading, when you cannot make sense of this language of regulations, one strategy that I personally follow is to keep reading till the time it doesn't make sense to me by myself. So my technique, I'll share this with you, okay, and try to use it. My technique to crack regulations. Let's say if I have to think of myself as a student and then talk about it, then my technique is this. Whenever I'm looking at a new regulation, now everything we are used to, but let's say we're looking at something new. Okay, I know nothing is the first point. Then I look at it, then I see, okay, regulations, nobody likes it, fine. Then I'm like, okay, made my mind, I want to read it. I want to understand it. Once I understand it, it will be easy to memorize. Now that is the key to everything. We need to memorize for exams, but understanding is the key to memorizing. So what do? Okay, there's a point. Let's say rule 16 point. Okay, I'm reading. Forget this. This we have read. I'll read Article 12, what it says. Okay. Article 12, Rules of the Air of the Convention on International Civil Aviation requires each contracting state to adopt measures to ensure that every aircraft, irrespective of its nationality marking, flying or maneuvering within its territory, shall comply with the rules and regulations relating to the flight and maneuver of aircraft there in force. Now, you see the emphasis that I've placed on a set of three words. That emphasis is helping me understand this lengthy sentence. If I'm reading it for the first time, it won't make sense much. So I'll read it again. Rule 12 of the convention, Chicago Convention. Correction, Article 12. Article 12 headline is Rules of the Air. It requires that every contracting state has to adopt measures to ensure that every aircraft, no matter what nationality, if it is flying or maneuvering in my territory, in that member state territory, then that has to be complied with rules and regulations relating to flight and movement of aircraft, whichever is in force. If I still don't get it, I'm going to read it. And I'm going to be confident that, okay, it's a code and I'm going to break the code. Just keep reading, focus on keywords. If you don't understand, go back from start and read it again. Let the words speak to you then. Under the convention, each contracting state is required to keep its own regulations in these respects uniform to the greatest possible extent with those established from time to time under the convention. What is this? I know what is this, but what if I don't know what is this? So I need to break it down. It is that simple. Every contracting state is required to keep its own regulation with respect to these rules. They should be uniform. They should be as close as possible to the established rules as per the convention. And the member states should also ensure the prosecution of all persons violating the regulations applicable. Over the high seas, the rules in force as established under convention shall be followed. This is something I've already explained to you in Article 12. The moment I started, I explained it to you in our simple words. Even if you have understood my explanation and then you read the text, it will be easy for you. So what I'm expecting from you is that you be able to decode and break down when you're going through your reading, because you'll have to do a lot of self-study. Is everybody following the instructions? I hope it's not too much. Can we pick it up as we go ahead? I can only suggest students, I will not be able to force you all much, because itni jaldi behavior change aata nahi hai unless you try from your side. And this is just a strategy you need to adopt. और अगर नहीं आ रहा है ना, वो मार्क करना और वो मुझसे शेयर करना है मोमेंट पे, है ना? देन अपन सेशन स्टार्ट में वो डाउट्स पूछेंगे. चलो. Any questions so far? One task that you have to follow for rules of the air is to go through definitions. I will be covering important definitions with you, but studying definitions is lengthy and can be boring. You need to be careful that you cannot be bored or you cannot find it lengthy. You have to be upbeat with every definition. I'll not be covering all definitions, but you can discuss doubts, but you have to go through all definitions. I'll be covering the ones that are most common right now. Maybe here and there, every now and then, I might cover others also. But whatever reading tasks I'll give you, based upon that, you'll have to read everything. You cannot skip anything. All definitions are important, but some are more important than the other. I am sharing a folder with everyone right now. I want you all to access, and I want you all to access section 9, rules of the air. From there, I want you to access the definitions. Although I'm also sharing the RT book 1 and RT book 2, which has definitions and rule of the air as a separate PDF also. You can always cross-verify. In that, you have lesser number of definitions, more specific with us. Here you have all those that are there in VFR. So both are good for you to refer. I suggest you start with this. But generally what happens, this becomes boring. But I don't want you to think that the regulatory requirement is boring. Section 9. So there are folders that I've made. I'll just show you, okay? So the folder name is Air Regulations, Treasure Trove. Okay. I just given it separate keywords because there are many folders with air regulations. We tend to get confused. The treasure trove is just what keeps it separate. And let me share this. I think some people might already have got it. If not, I'm sharing right now. Just one by one, confirm, okay? So Nandini. Then we have Nukul. We have Jyotsna. We have Suchita. We have Prerit. We have Rohita. Suchita, Jyotsna, Prerit, Nukul, Gurpreet, Nandini, Gurpreet. Rohita kahan hai? Okay. Likhit is there. Hemant. Neha. Who else is doing? Atharva is doing, I guess. I think Anuja I'm missing. Fine. Anybody left? Let me know, okay? I might have forgotten. Karishma, I've forgotten. Gulshan is not doing it. Okay, fine. Students, I'll add more names if I've forgotten, okay? Just let me know. Okay. Thanks. Got it? Now see, I'll just show you the path. Just check your emails. You must have got it. Everybody look at the screen. Can you see the screen, students?
Affirm, sir.
Affirm, sir.
So this is the folder you have been shared. You will quickly be able to get into the folder directly. You will not get the outside access. So far, these are the sections that are important for us. Although I have folders for all sections, these are important. You can see, right, the same page that I'm showing right now, students. Section 9, section 8. कोई हाँ या ना बोल दो यार.
Yes,
Affirm,
sir.
sir.
यार तुम लोग रिस्पॉन्ड क्यों नहीं करते हो? ऐसे यार. पता है ना, नहीं तो पता है ना, अगर आप लोग रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं करोगे तो मैं बोलता जाऊंगा और आपको पता ही नहीं कुछ क्या हो रहा है, तो कितनी बड़ी दिक्कत हो जाएगी. Okay, I'm just checking. Okay, good. Yes. कहाँ है वो screen? So here, section 9, you click. All these are important for us. Not all, but almost all. Okay, like communications, digital data, it's not that important for us. But section 9 is very important for us. In that, you have these rules of the air, the first one that we are doing. Okay. You click on that and you download it also as an offline copy. You can keep it shared on our WhatsApp chat history also. And whatever you will study, you will think that, "Arey, ye sab to sir sikha chuke apan." You just have to read it when I'll give you the reading task. Now, this is the definition. These are the definitions. Okay. I'll explain you all important definitions at first before we start with the rules. And then in your study task, reading task, you have to read, understand whatever you cannot understand, mark them and quickly discuss or keep them shared with me over chat in your parking lot. Okay. Eventually, by the time you give your exams, you should be well versed with all these definitions. You don't need to mug up the definitions. You need to understand the differences between these definitions. You don't have to mug up. Students thinking right now, "Arey baap re, the definitions mug up karne hain." Don't have to mug up. You just have to understand the differences. That's all. आधे से ज़्यादा आपको already आता है. आपने navigation पढ़ा है, आपने RT पढ़ा है. Most of it is covered there. Met you have done, it is covered there. Okay? Do not get scared. It's not much. All right? This is the document you have to follow rules of the year. Nothing else right now. No other textbook is needed. Okay? Annexes and all, whatever you will need, you have access. I'll show you. Go back. How to go back and see. iCATS, annexes and latest docs. Now remember, this is copyright. We need to purchase. You can have it of a personal reference and just cross check. So annexure 10 is given in detail because it is to do with communications. Okay. All annexures that we could gather are here. Okay. Do we have Annex 2? See, we have Annex 2 rules of the air. If we click on Annex 2 rule of the air, we get that this is the 10th edition, July 2005. You could check online iCATS website, which is the latest version in the library. You can also make an account. You don't have to buy anything. And this is the major rules of the air. So whatever information you cannot get clarity upon in your section 9, based upon the data, in the end, you can come for information here, Annex 2. Applicability. Mostly everything is the same. Some things will be different with respect to how they are different from us. So DGCA has this in their syllabus mentioned that what are the differences between your requirements and the annexure based upon relevant topics. Based upon the differences, also questions are asked. So you don't have to study all differences, but it is a good thing that towards the end of rules of the air, you would give the annexure also a quick read. So it also has definitions first, then applicability. then general rules, then VFR, then IFR, and then appendix. You will see that our CR section 9 is almost a ditto copy of this annexure, and we are required to do so. Anything extra has been added, of course. Almost a ditto copy. So you're not missing much, but you need to be aware as to what's happening. Are you understanding the resources? Because you will need resources going ahead. I know I've taught you with respect to website and all, but now I'm giving you proper texts. Regulations is best studied like this. So don't say notes नहीं मिले यहाँ वहाँ है आपको best notes मिल रहा है समझ रहे हो आप ठीक है Everybody in sync with me so far?
Yes, sir.
Awesome, sir.
Now we come across, now you don't need to refer the text. You can turn it off. You put your eyes on the screen right now and listen to my voice. Okay. अब वो टेक्स्ट नहीं आपको रेफर करना बीच में जबरदस्ती टेक्स्ट मत रीड करो जब मैं बोल रहा हूँ फिर तो मैं बोलूंगा यार फिर टेक्स्ट बुक से पढ़ लो रुक जाओ मैं बोल रहा हूँ उस पर ध्यान दो पहले फिर आप कभी भी रीड कर सकते हो पैरेलली कंपैरिजंस करने की भी जरूरत नहीं है सेशन के बाद रीड कर लेना और डिफरेंसेस पूछ लेना अभी सिर्फ फोकस रखो यहाँ पर there is an important term known as applicability. Questions come on applicability also. What is this applicability? Applicability for you will mean a lot of things. Okay. But can we differentiate it in certain elements? Yes, we can. How are they applicable? To whom are they applicable? What are the ways in which they are applicable? The first part that I get is territorial. Based upon territories, different countries, what is the application of the rules of the air? Okay. What is the requirement to basically comply? How does the applicability of rules of the air work with respect to compliance of the rules of the air? How is it applicable with respect to what are we required to comply with? Then the third part becomes what is the responsibility or who has the responsibility for compliance? So how are they applicable with respect to territory? How are they applicable with respect to compliance? How are they applicable with respect to responsibility compliance? These rules will mean nothing. These rules will mean nothing if they are not meant for compliance. So the applicability, generally we think, kiske upar applicable hai? We think, on whom does it rest, the responsibility? On whom does it rest, the responsibility to make it in effect? So it becomes a part of the applicability. And then, based upon the responsibility, you come across another key factor, and that key factor explains that what authority does the PIC of aircraft has? The authority of a PIC of the aircraft is based upon the applicability of the rules of the air. There is no specific rule that tells that the PIC has the authority to comply with rules of the air, or is the responsibility of the PIC to comply with the rules of the air. It is a part of the Civil Aviation Requirement, Section 9, Rules of the Air, applicability. And the last applicability with respect to rules of the air talks about a very important term, something to do with this is, or may not be in your rules also, but this point is very important. It is something to do with substances, that is edibles, that can play with your mind. Those edibles are called as psychoactive substances. They activate your psychosis, you could say. Now, psychosis is a term associated with generic thing, a psychological thinking. It can impair your thinking. Now, people drink alcohol, they smoke cigarettes, they take drugs, they go on a trip. What is that trip? The mind is not in their control. They feel light, they feel high. What is that? They are just losing control over the mind to get some, whatever the reasons people drink or smoke or do whatever. As an aviator, the safety feature of an aircraft rests on your shoulder, no matter what area you are within the operations. And you require, each and every time you're required to comply with so many laws, so many safety precautions, so many do's and don'ts. You need your mind in your control. So if you're using problematic substances, or correction, if you're using psychoactive substances, then which are the ones that are allowed and what is the quantity of consumption? You should follow that. What are the periods? You should follow that. And those that are banned should not be consumed if you are operational. So if you are thinking of a career professionally, and if you think as youngsters, teenagers, or young blood, you are inclined towards certain substances as a part of your habit, then understand your job might break that habit. And if your body and your mind is gotten used to those substances by the time you're maturing, getting a job, then for you to survive without those to justify your job, your mind will not give you peace. Withdrawal symptoms will take into effect, and your recruitment could hamper because of that. So everybody enjoys in parties, but you enjoy and do that as per the limitations followed by professionals only from now. Make that your habit. Don't overdo things, and ban things never try also. Like, you're not missing anything. It's a personal suggestion, okay? Like, it is a part of rules of the air. So I'm emphasizing on that. The applicability. There are 5 branches of applicability. One is the use of such substances. So when does such substances, when do they become a problem? When we are making problematic use of them, when we are overusing them, or we are using the ones that are banned. So that is called problematic use. So the 5th point is called problematic use of psychoactive substances. I'll read out this point just so you know what it means. Focus. I'm reading the text. Listen. And I'll ask one of you all to explain in your own words. No person whose function is critical to the safety of aviation. Such people are also known as safety sensitive personnel. No person whose function is critical to the safety of aviation shall undertake that function while under the influence of any psychoactive substance. If your function is essential for safety, then you don't undertake that function when you are under the influence of a psychoactive substance. Don't fly when you are high, in simple words. Don't even go to the airport. Don't go to work while under the influence of any psychoactive substance, by reason of which human performance is impaired. Such substances because of which your performance could be impaired. So you should not undertake that task which is given to you when you're not high. No such person shall engage in any kind of problematic use of substances. पहले तो आप job वो करो मत if you are under the influence, and such people should not indulge in the problematic use of such substances in the first place. And कभी आप आ भी गए गलती से तो please आप काम मत करना छुपा के किसी से. This is the reason why if you watch the movie Flight, the pilot, he protects the aircraft. A few people have lost their lives. The maneuver seems very impossible logically. It's a hypothetical story based upon real life situations. Now that pilot in the movie is doing everything that he was not asked to do as per rules of the air, NX2, and then he's flying the plane. He broke the law, and probably he was used to doing it on a regular basis. Nobody caught him. He was asleep. Co-pilot was handling the plane. Suddenly there was structural damage. And aircraft lost engines. Elevator stuck. Not just lost engine, elevator stuck. Aircraft unable to descend. And he was high. And then he got so much of hurt because of severe turbulence. Somehow he did something and was able to land the aircraft in a very different way that is so impossible to visualize. He lands the plane like this, literally like this, because the elevators are stuck. And then there's an inquiry, NTSB. And the movie is based upon that. It's an adult film, but yeah. And then he thinks he's innocent because he saved lives. But in the end, when he's going for the hearing also, he cannot control. And he indulges into problematic use of psychoactive substances in the last, in one day before the hearing. And these are severe hearings. People lose lives. And then in order for him to attend the hearing, they had to call for more artificial substances to make him alert. And then he went to the hearing. And he was denying responsibility. And then in the end, he said, I am responsible because I broke the law in the first place. And then he went to jail. And then he fulfilled his sentence and came back. Even though he saved so many lives. And it's a story based on real lives. But such movies are nothing if we don't learn from them, students. So yeah, something to think about as youngsters in India where such things are easily accessible. And there's so much of stress and friends are always there to give us something or the other to get at. We should avoid it because we know how much this career means to us. Now, I have one question. Has the aircraft ever landed that way in the past? Not that I have a memory to have read. Not that it's there in records that I've seen. So, who can explain problematic use of psychoactive substances in your own words? Simple. 2 points. No person who's involved, no person who is a safety sensitive personnel should engage in that activity if they are under the influence of a psychoactive substance, which can impair performance. And no such person who is a safety sensitive person shall be engaged in the problematic use of psychoactive substances. Students, raise your hands. No, it's not that. It's not possible. They're just hypothesizing things. But miracles happen, right? Sully landed a plane like that. So yeah, like not like that, but on water, which is not that easy. Okay, Prerit is ready. Prerit, go ahead.
Sir, the person should not engage in the operations who, who who intake the psychoactive substances which can affect the safety of the aviation or can defer or reduce the activity of that person.
1 point missing from your answer, but good effort. Very nice. That people engaged in safety operations should not take up that operation when they are under the influence of a psychoactive substance, which could impair their performance. See, 4, 5 levels in one sentence for us to specify. You said 4 of them, one was missing. Good effort. I really appreciate it. Any more trial? One more point is missing. उसने बोला but mix करके बोला. Second point, which should be first, no person engaged in safety sensitive operations should indulge in problematic use of psychoactive substances. It falls under the applicability of rules of the air, section 9. What is the authority? So psychoactive substance, check. 2 points, point number 1, point number 2. Okay. Don't work under influence. Simple. And second point, don't indulge into problematic use of psychoactive substance. Who? Safety sensitive personnel. Remember that this is applicable to safety sensitive personnel. Expect such questions to come in today's time and age, students, because everybody knows the problems youngsters are facing. Drugs are one of them. By the way, personally speaking, if any of you all are fighting any sort of addiction and want to get rid of it, please get in touch with me, okay? Authority of PIC of aircraft. PIC has, keywords are final. PIC has final authority to the disposition of the aircraft. The word disposition should not confuse you. Specified while in command. Provided you are in command, provided you undertook the flight as a PIC, only then you have the final authority as per the disposition of the aircraft. Where you put the aircraft, what you do with the aircraft, that is your final authority. Nobody is over and above you. This is why if you see the latest movie, Plane, it's a very good movie. I was surprised to see what they have done in that movie. Again, it's a little, it's fine. In that movie, you see what a pilot in command does, and you see that everybody is listening to him because he has the final authority. Even the terrorists and the villains, everyone is looking for him only. That story shows you that the importance of a PIC and how, of course, all that is hypothetical, but anything can happen, right? The PIC of an aircraft, when you are in command, when you're acting as a commander, then you have the final authority as to the disposition of the aircraft. Responsibility is different, authority is different, remember. Now let's come to responsibility. Responsibility for compliance. So whose responsibility is it to comply? Authority as to the disposition of the aircraft, final authority. So any day, any time, if you're going through something with respect to an aircraft, you have to listen to the pilot in command. No CEO, no owner, nobody, while it is in operation, while the PIC has a command. Nobody is over and above you. That's the authority you have on that aircraft. Think. Responsibility. Okay, responsibility is divided into two parts. Part number one would be, what is the responsibility of PIC? Okay. Fly in accordance with rules of air. Whether controlling aircraft or not. The keywords are whether manipulating controls or not. Even if co-pilot is controlling the aircraft, you have the final responsibility to fly in accordance with the rules of the air. PIC can deviate from compliance. Can you deviate from compliance? Yes. What? How? Only if deviation is the only way to guarantee safety of the aircraft. If your rules tell you see a aircraft head on, turn right, and if you're turning right, and you know turning right there is a mountain, you cannot turn right, then you can break the rule. You can do something else to prevent collision. Now, this is an extreme scenario. It could be applicable anywhere. So PIC can deviate from compliance as in they may depart from the rules in circumstances that render the departure from the rules or the deviation from the rules absolutely necessary in the compliance or in the interest of the safety. Can deviate from compliance when such departure, this departure is not takeoff, this departure is deviation from the compliance of the rules. When such departure, that is non-compliance of rules, is absolutely necessary, that is you have no other way out to ensure safety. Applicability has the responsibility of PIC, authority of PIC, problematic use of psychoactive substance. Responsibility of PIC is not just done here. With respect to responsibility for compliance, the first is responsibility of PIC, and the second is a very important element that you must have seen a lot in your RT. If not, then you will see is pre-flight action. Now, this is a responsibility of the PIC again. Before beginning the flight, the PIC of that particular aircraft has to become familiar with all information appropriate to the intended operation. All information for your operation from departure to arrival or whatever other your operation is. It could be search and rescue, it could be something else. The pre-flight actions for flights that are going to go away from the vicinity of an aerodrome, like go to some other aerodrome. And for all IFR flights, the pre-flight actions should include a careful study of all the available current weather reports and forecasts. So your METAR and all the reports. Taking into consideration whatever fuel requirements are needed and alternate course of action, including PSR, PNR of navigation, if flight cannot be executed as planned. This is under responsibility with compliance. PIC has the responsibility, and pre-flight action is also very big responsibility of the PIC. See, responsible. What do we get? Monitor all info needed for intended operation. Plan alternates and alternate course of action if flight doesn't go as planned. And fuel requirements. Basically, all pre-flight checks will be taught to you in your training. You just have to do them. And you are complying with these rules. Now you know why pre-flight radio checks are so important. So your applicability talks about responsibility, authority of PIC, and talks about all safety sensitive personnel, including PIC and everybody else, problematic use of psychoactive substances. Compliance is pretty simple. Okay. Compliance with the rules of the air is with respect to general rules, to visual flight rules, 3 instrument flight rules. That's it. In this, you'll have subsequent information with respect to a couple of things. What are those couple of things? A pilot may elect to fly in accordance with IFR in VMC. Whenever they are VMC, you might be required to still fly IFR. But whenever there is IMC, you cannot fly VFR because it is against the purpose, right? So even if you have VMC, many people do IFR flight. Everyday commercial flights, VMC are there at least 18 hours of the day, even on a bad day sometimes. Still, we do IFR all those 18 hours. We don't do VFR when it's not needed. A pilot may be required to do IFR in VMC or any time when the ATC requires. Okay. Or the pilot should any time comply with general rules, along with that either VFR or IFR, whichever is applicable. So general rules are applicable to everyone. So first we study general rules, then VFR, IFR. As a student pilot, you'll start doing things as per VFR. Once you get your instrument rating, you'll get into the big leagues, that is IFR. Your main instrument training will start with your type rating, I would say, because your instrument rating doesn't build a lot of hours, but you get to train a lot based upon instrument flying. Night flying and all is a little different. Then type rating is very short course, so you need more practice there. Now, there is an exemption given to local flights by the ATC to comply with rules. Which ones? Flying club aircrafts, mainly training club aircrafts, training flights. They can be operated during night using visual meteorological conditions if it is safe. So certain exemptions are given. If during night time, now night is a period defined properly. You need to know the definition of night and day. If VMC exists during night, then people will be allowed to fly. Which people? Training flights, flying clubs, as an exemption. What are local flights? Local flights are those flights who are conducted in the immediate vicinity of an aerodrome. Please write down, everyone. Local flight. Local flight is a flight conducted in the immediate vicinity. You depart and arrive in the same place. You don't go to another destination. Local flight is a flight conducted in the immediate vicinity of the aerodrome. If there is any restriction in the rules that we can choose to follow or compliance with instrument flight rules under any circumstances that are not mentioned, then who can give you the restrictions? Who can give you additional information with respect to these rules, students? Options. Who has the authority to do that? To give you further restrictions in compliance of the rules? Options are Director General, PIC, or iCATS. Jyotsna has given answer in the chat box. How about others? Obviously, if rules are issued by DG, then DG will only have the authority with restrictions also. So there is a table of sunrise and sunset that people follow. What about territorial application, students? Territorial application is very simple. This CR that we are learning is applicable to all aircraft flying over Indian territory and all aircrafts that are bearing Indian aircraft registration and nationality markings, wherever they may be, in India or abroad. As long as they do not conflict with the rules issued by the other nation if you are flying over there. You know, Annexure 2 was adopted in April 1948. Okay. And a revision was made in 1951. overseas, these rules apply without any exception. And everything is with respect to within Article 12 only. There are points like, okay, you are flying over high seas, it's just big oceans they're talking about. If there is an air traffic controller, FIC or FIR, taking care of communications over there, then that ATC, no matter which country has given, that ATC in that area has final authority to give you guidance. So that is just common sense that you have. There is a concept known as Regional Air Navigation Agreement. Regional Air Navigation Agreement. What is it? So there was a regional air navigation meeting based upon how to safely navigate, what are the rules. So all contracting states have agreements between each other. And these agreements are approved by the ICAO or the Council of ICAO. If you remember the hierarchy of ICAO, there are council, there is assembly, there is a head, there are members. So territorial application is very simple to understand. Our aircrafts, the rules are applicable to aircrafts registered in India, flying in India, registered in India, flying abroad, flying over oceans also. All rules to be followed. And listen to that particular ATC if you have abroad, whoever the ATC is, as a final authority with respect to navigation. So this is applicability of the rules. So now you understand applicabilities to all aircrafts in India and registered in India, flying abroad, overseas, everywhere else. Compliance is to do with respect to general rules, and as applicable, VFR or IFR combinations can be given by DGCA. Local flights, training flights can be exempted. Responsibility for compliance stands with PIC. And responsibility is not just with respect to complying with the rules, but complying with pre-flight actions that will be important with respect to our intended flight. After responsibility, the authority over an aircraft is with the PIC in all cases. And then no person involved in safety sensitive operations shall work when they are under the influence of psychoactive substances that can impair performance. And in the first place, they should not indulge in such substances itself. That does with applicability. Now we can start with general rules. Before general rules, we can do some definitions. We can do some definitions afterwards. So time for some questions, and 1:15 we are going to break for lunch. Lunch will go. And I think, how much time do you want for lunch? 30 minutes, 45 minutes? Let me know. I'll go with majority. We are 6 and Rohita 7. Rohita, you let me know on WhatsApp chat. And in the meantime, tell me if you have any questions with respect to applicability. I've got 1 vote for 30 minutes, 2 votes for 30 minutes. Students, भेजो ना जल्दी. 3 votes for 30 minutes. It's a tie. Zoom chat पे लिखना है गुरप्रीत. 1 for 40 minutes. 2 more left. अरे जोचना तो 30 का 20 कर दिया. Okay. Let's go with 30 minutes. ठीक है चलो. Come back at 11, 1, 3, 4, 5 everyone. 4 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा ले लो. क्वेश्चंस आके पूछ लेना. गुरप्रीत आप तो जाओ, आपको ज्यादा चाहिए ना. चलो. You can go for lunch now and come back. Session is ongoing, students. See you after the break. Welcome back, students. Any doubts? So you must be thinking, sir, great. I want to know. Now I want to know about the rules of the air. What are the rules of the air? The rules of the air that we need to follow. What are they?
What are you do?
The rules of the air that we need to follow. What are they? You might be thinking, okay, there is a rule that will tell us, okay, do this, don't do that. Yes. Are there different rule numbers? There are rule numbers. Some of the rules that you have to follow might be as per certain rules. Some of them might be as per the CAR that you're studying right now. Where do you get this information? Annexure 2. Remember, Annexure 2 and Section 9, Series C, Part 1, Rules of the Air is almost the same with respect to the pattern also. Rohita, are you there? Have you rejoined? I'm not sure if you have, but others are here. Gurpreet, Prerit, Jyotsna, Nandini, Nukul, Suchita, I hope everyone can hear me well. So the rules are of three types. General, which is applicable, then VFR, and then IFR. VFR, IFR has certain tables. With respect to VFR, you have table for visibility of vertical, horizontal, class of airspace. Okay. We are going to first see general rules. Now, general rules has certain subsections. Okay. General rules has certain subsections. What are these subsections? I want you to understand them clearly. The first subsection is protection of persons and property. Very important. Protection of people and property. Under this point, protection of persons and property, students, the first point that you get is negligent or reckless operation of aircraft. The rule states that no aircraft shall be operated in a negligent or reckless manner, which can endanger life or property of others. You know what is rash driving of a bike or a car? Reckless or negligent operation is just the same, but for an aircraft. Okay. Now, under protection of persons and property, you also have something to do with minimum safe heights. The rule states that except for landing and takeoff, and under special approval from DGCA, no aircraft shall fly at an altitude which is below the minimum safe height over a populated or a congested area like a city or a town or a settlement, or over an area that is above an open air assembly of people, like people are gathered for speeches of politicians and satsangs and certain events, music shows and weddings and all, whatever big assembly areas are open air. So you should not fly below minimum safe altitudes unless you are in an emergency. If you are in an emergency, then it can be understood. But if you have an emergency, then landing should be tried in such an area, over congested areas, where that landing should not endanger the property or people on the surface. What are the minimum heights for VFR flights and minimum levels for IFR? We will see. Now, there are also aircrafts that are termed as crop dusting aircrafts, aerial work aircrafts, aircrafts that have to fly at a very lower altitude to spray water on fire, or maybe insecticides on farms, crop dusting and all. Some flights have to fly closer to the ground to do mineral survey for mining exploration and other such. DGCA has the permission to define their altitudes in that case. So DGCA, anything to do with real rules of the air, DG, remember that. Apart from reckless operation and minimum safe flight, under protection of person and property, you also get cruising levels. Your cruising levels should be with respect to flight levels, your cruising levels with respect to altitudes. Below transition altitude, it will be altitude. Above transition altitude, it will be flight levels. Whatever cruising levels are assigned, you have to follow that. The next point that comes under protection of persons and property is dropping or spraying. Dropping something from an aircraft or spraying something from an aircraft. Nobody is allowed to drop or spray anything from an aircraft which is in flight, except under conditions given in a specific rule of the Indian Aircraft Rules 1937. The rule associated with dropping or spraying is Rule 26. If you want to do dropping or spraying, there are times when politicians need flowers be sprayed over a religious ceremony, over a prestigious ceremony, over some godly ceremony. Even for dropping petals or flowers from the aeroplane, you need to take permission as per Rule 26 of the Aircraft Rules 1937. So basically, they are telling you that, okay, if you're going to fly, make sure you will not fly the aircraft in a reckless or a negligent operation, because it can impact other people. So the first point about general rules is protection of persons and property. Under protections of persons and property, you get reckless operation, you get safe heights, minimum safe heights. Third point, you get cruising levels to be maintained as given. Don't change your flight levels unless necessary. Then don't drop anything or don't spray anything unless you're doing only as per Rule 26. Otherwise, no dropping. The rule states no dropping unless it's as per Rule 26. Then, when you are towing the aircraft, like somebody is transporting the aircraft from one area to another area on the aerodrome, they are towing. They want to turn on the engine of the aircraft. They want to move the taxi the aircraft. They have to tow the aircraft. What is towing? This is the aircraft. A tow truck is a small truck. It doesn't look like a truck. It's more like a flat slab of metal. They have a tow bar. Tow bar is connected to nose landing gear. Other end is connected to tow truck. It can push the aircraft for pushback, and it can tow the aircraft like this to take it anywhere we want it to go. So the tow truck operator and the pilot are in constant touch, and there is a wing walker also, like a walker, 2-3 wing walkers guiding you. So that is towing. The rule about towing states that no aircraft shall be towed by another aircraft. Sorry, I had to sneeze, but didn't sneeze. No aircraft shall be towed by an aircraft. But other objects which are not aircraft, that can be towed by an aircraft. But that should be as per the requirements prescribed by Director General and getting permission from air traffic service units. Objects other than an aircraft shall be towed by an aircraft, but no aircraft shall be towing another aircraft. So they are not saying how the aircraft will be towed. They are saying, can you use the aircraft to tow something else? You can use the aircraft to tow another truck, to tow another car, but you cannot use an aircraft to tow another aircraft. All of a sudden, you have 5 general rules to follow with respect to protection of persons and property. If you are towing an aircraft with another aircraft, you will damage people and property. If you are spraying and dropping without in accordance with Rule 26, you are damaging people and property wherever you are throwing things. If you are not maintaining cruising levels, you are risking damage to other people and property flying on other cruising altitudes. If you are not maintaining minimum safe heights as prescribed, then you are causing threat to all the people living in that city in the vicinity of the aerodrome. And then if you're recklessly operating an aircraft, you are damaging people and property. To understand the flow chart, this will be very easy for you to remember. One rule, rule number 26. I'll be coming back to you all to ask you about the explanation of rule 26. Whenever you get time in between when I'm giving you pause or gap, quickly search 26, get ready with the text, and be ready to explain. No aircraft will be towed by any other aircraft. Section 9, Rules of the Air, DG, issues as per Annex 2. This section is issued by Rule 16, Rule 133A. 133A also has all things in AIS. So these rules somewhere might have information given out in certain aeronautical information service based documents also. Any doubts so far? You're okay with the pace, students? Rules of the air, I think. After towing, you have another thing that can impact other people, and that is parachute descents. You cannot para-jump. No person shall, except in emergency, descend by a means of a parachute from an aircraft. नहीं कूदना है भाई पैराशूट से unless it's an emergency. ऐसे टाइम पास में तो नहीं कूदना है. And no person shall drop or cause or permit to be dropped from an aircraft in flight any article through a parachute. आप कोई सामान भी नहीं छोड़ सकते हो पैराशूट से. Unless the descent or the drop, be it a person or be it an object, it is done with respect to or in accordance to any conditions contained in Rule 26 of the Aircraft Rules 1937, dropping and spraying. So parachute descents not allowed. If you want to do it, they have to be with respect to Rule 26. Not just Rule 26, but a special order from the central government in writing is also required. So parachute descents, you need a special letter from the central government in case there are certain limitations. So parachute descent, you put an asterisk and write a point to note central government also. And Rule 26. Point number 7, acrobatic flight. Now I remember one student had asked me a question. So what's the difference between aerobatic and acrobatic? What do you think is the difference? The rule is simple. No aircraft shall be flown acrobatically except under conditions as prescribed or any advice given by the air traffic controller. Do you think there is any difference between acrobatic and aerobatic? Share your inputs with me, students. Share your inputs. What do you think? Nandini, text. स्टूडेंट्स आप लोग हो या नहीं हो? Yes, Gurpreet, answer. Suchita is saying both are same, probably. Students respond नहीं कर रहे हो यार, आप लोग को तुरंत respond करना है.
Acrobatic refers especially to flight, and acrobatic refers especially to feeds the human body.
चलो, good try. आपने online search करके देखा है. That is a good way to find out the difference. Acrobatic, basically, acrobatic is a generic term where we are doing unusual movements. If I'm stretching beyond human limitations, then I'm an acrobat. People in circus, people in dance shows, and people who do daredevil stunts, certain dance moves and all can be considered as an acrobat. Anything. So people who are riding bikes and doing bike on two-wheelers, doing stunts and all can also be termed as acrobats with the bike. Okay. When you do unusual movements with an aircraft, like you see in air shows, you see stunts, that becomes an acrobatic flight. And in aviation terms, it becomes aerobatic. So it is the same thing, but it is not the same thing. It is acrobatic flight is aerobatic, but aerobatic is an acrobatic flight. But is acrobatic aerobatic? No, acrobatic is a generic term. Aerobatic is to do with unusual flights. So if you want to see aerobatic, there are so many videos available. But I think Red Bull has this flight race. I forgot the name, flying race of small aircrafts, microlights, small microlights, and they have races. They are the greatest acrobats. Like you should see how fast they fly a small plane, and it's a small closed loop track. And one by one, everybody goes and they measure the time. Not all people race together like general race because collision can happen together. One by one they see. So that is aerobatic. Yeah, Gurpreet, what's on your mind?
Sir, prefix names acrobatic and aerobatic. What is the difference in aviation? So I didn't understand.
तुम्हें क्या लगता है क्या है? तुमने ही बताया आंसर मुझे. मैंने वही बोला जो तुमने बताया.
सर आपने बताया कि दोनों सेम है.
तुम्हें क्या लग रहा है वो बताओ.
Sir, acrobatic is something is related to performing, like stunts.
और जब वही स्टंट्स वैसे ही स्टंट्स आप प्लेन के साथ करते हो तो एरोबैटिक हो जाता. और बिना प्लेन के कर रहे हो तो एक्रोबैटिक है. कहीं भी हो सकता है. ह्यूमंस करते हैं सबसे ज्यादा. सिंपल. आ रहा है समझ गुरप्रीत? नथिंग टू वरी अबाउट. आ रहा है समझ? इट्स अ सिंपल.
Yes, sir. It's clear, sir. It's clear.
या बोलो नहीं समझ आ रहा है फिर भी तो मैं अच्छे से समझाता हूँ. So no aircraft should be conducted aerobatically or acrobatically under specified. Okay. You should have license. You should have instructors. Okay. And you should satisfy yourself and everything. Okay. Make sure you're reading properly. One important point about acrobatic flight that I'm going to give you is that it should be commenced at such a height that will allow for the completion or the execution or safe execution of whatever maneuver you are doing. maneuvre. Maneuvers are like turning right, turning left. Now, straight and level flight is not an aerobatic flight. Suddenly, if I'm doing this and doing this becomes an aerobatic flight. Now, this plane might not be designed to do it. So please don't do it. If you want to do it, read the regulations properly. Read the CR properly. But over and above other things, license, instructors, training, paperwork, everything, what is important with respect to a limitation that it should not be given a height, or it should be given a minimum height where whatever maneuver you want to do, let's say you want to do a closed loop, 2 loops like this, and then you want to go. So this maneuver, 2 closed loops complete, it should be at a height which is not less than 2000 feet above ground. So my height should be 2000 feet and not less. So 2000 feet and more, that is 600 meters. Exam में 2 unit आ सकता. Above ground, not above mean sea level, above ground. Remember, it's height above ground. Or above height mentioned in certificate of airworthiness. In aircraft aerobatic category. So when you are getting a certificate of airworthiness, in that the categories there, is it a passenger aircraft? Is it an aerobatic aircraft? Is it some other aircraft? In that, if there is a minimum height, you maintain that. Otherwise, you maintain 2000 feet minimum. So if my maneuver is going to be like this, then safe maneuver should happen to 2000 feet is the height above ground. All this I have to take care so that I'm not damaging property or person around me. तो आसपास का ध्यान रख रहे हैं हम in the first part of general rules of the air. When aircraft is used for aerobatics, what to do? And no person shall fly acrobatically when you become a hazard to air traffic. बीच में मत चले जाओ routes. You should not fly in the vicinity of an aerodrome at a distance less than 2 nautical miles from the nearest point of the perimeter or the boundary of the aerodrome, unless flown at a height greater than 6,000 feet. So they are saying if height is 6,000, if height is less than 6,000 feet, that is 1800 meters. If height is less than 6,000 feet, that is 1800 meters. Aerobatic flight should not be done in aerobatic flight not to be done less than 2 nautical miles from aerodrome perimeter. Perimeter as in boundary. So the boundary will be in all 360 directions, whichever is the closest one, that boundary. You should not do aerobatics when you're over a city or a town or a village or a populous area. Whenever you are flying over grounds, meetings, games, sports happening, you should not do acrobatic flights. In case you are doing that, you need permission from Director General. So let's say there is a ground show and I want to give an air show also for my ground show. If I want to gather people and then carry out an air show and show aerobatics, I need permission from DGCA, whoever is the promoter of such meeting or such assembly. After acrobatic flights, the major point that you have in protection of people and property is formation flights. You know, every 15th August and 26th January, there's an air show in Delhi. You see many planes flying in sequence. That is formation flights. Formation flights are illegal. No civil aircraft shall be flown in formation. Simple. So you might be thinking, sir, हमने videos देखे तीन एक type की new aircraft fly कर रही होती. That is marketing video. That is something else. They would have taken permission. Those are test flights. They don't have commercial planes. They don't have commercial passengers in them. No civil aircraft to do formation flight. Simple. कल को इंटरव्यू में कोई बोल देगा कैन यू टेक फॉर्मेशन फ्लाइट्स या डीजी से बोलेगा तो कर लूंगा. अरे नो, अलाउड ही नहीं है. परमिशन के लिए जाना ही मन. सिंपल. Do you know what is a remotely piloted aircraft? It's like an aircraft, but the pilot is on ground. It's like a drone. Now, aircraft doesn't mean an aeroplane with passengers. Anything that can fly is an aircraft through mechanical reactions of air on the surfaces. So point number 9 just says about remotely piloted aircrafts. They should not be flown unless they are flown as per an appendix to the CR, and the appendix attachment is number 4. I don't think they will ask you this question, but this is the key point. Appendix 4 of the CR only. So we should read that for remote pilots because drones and all are coming in effect a lot these days. 10th point is unmanned free balloons. Many scientists or many promoters, they just leave balloons in the air without people for maybe scientific purposes or some other purposes. If you are using unmanned free balloon, then it should be safe to use and it should be as per appendix 5 of the CR. Of the CR. Appendix as an attachment, number 5. Once the requirements are done reading, you continue, you'll see the appendices. Very important. All this is to avoid damage to people and property. Think about it. General rules are segregated. We're just thinking about the first aspect of general rules. Unmanned free balloons. After that, your prohibited area and restricted areas. RT people, you are already a pro at it. Aircraft should not be flown in a prohibited area or in a restricted area, which have been defined, except in accordance with conditions of the restrictions or by permission of the state over whose territory the areas are established. State as in Maharashtra, Gujarat, Kerala, no. State as in India. So if I have to fly over a prohibited or a restricted area, prohibited area, no flying. Restricted area, flying but at a limited altitude. Danger area, flying not suitable because it's dangerous for you, mountains or bad weather. So prohibited and restricted area legally are banned for you to fly over a certain altitude or complete airspace. In case you have to fly over them, then you need to take permission from the Indian government in that case, the state, not the DG. Or you can ask DG to get you the permission, or DG will say first you get from the government, because prohibited, restricted, it's because government has prohibited us to not fly and not let you fly. So we have issued the provision to you. If you want clearance, you tell government. If they allow, then we'll allow you. It will be like that. So in this case, prohibited area, PA, prohibited area is given in Schedule 1 of Indian Aircraft Rules 1937. Schedule 1. So now you know where to find schedules. Under the rule page, main rule page, bottom you find schedules. So prohibited area, Schedule 1 of Aircraft Rules. Everything you will find there. And restricted area. Restricted area is given to you in Aeronautical Information Publication, AIP India, and the version is ENR 5.1. Try to find it on the DGCA website. AIPs are also there under the main tab of civil aviation requirements. See if we can get it. Share with me. We can upload it in the drive if you have got the right thing. So what are the restrictions? Which are the restricted areas? Again, here, restricted area, you get here, prohibited area, you will write down, what do we say? Permission should be obtained from the state. But restricted area, permission can be taken from DG. But prohibited area completely state. So the state might give DGCA the authority to decide, or you might have to go to the government. Go through all major points of how to avoid protection, how to ensure protection of persons and property, or how to avoid danger to people and property. 11 points. I want you to be able to not look at the book, but talk about all 11 points. You can keep your key points ready. Make a flowchart in your mind. I'll help you with that. Nobody should operate the aircraft in a negligent or a reckless manner. Nobody should fly below the minimum safe heights over congested areas, populated areas. Nobody should deviate from the cruising levels as mentioned. Nobody should engage in dropping or spraying unless it's done as per Rule 26. Nobody should tow an aircraft with another aircraft, but other objects can be towed by an aircraft. No parachute descent should be done unless they are done as per Rule 26, authorized by central government. Acrobatic flight height minimum 2000 feet or as specified in the certificate of airworthiness. The horizontal distance should be not less than 2 nautical miles if the height is below 6000 feet. So if they tell you, you want to do aerobatic flight at 7000 feet, can you fly within 2 nautical miles of the runway, of the aerodrome, boundary, perimeter? Yes. If you're doing aerobatic clearance at 5000 feet, can you fly within 2 nautical miles? No. I need to be at least more than 2 nautical miles if I'm less than 6000 feet doing aerobatic flight. Formation flights, no civil aircraft can do formation flights. Remotely piloted aircraft should be conducted safely, not to cause damage, and as per the Appendix 4. Unmanned free balloons should be operated wherever as per Appendix 5. Prohibited and restricted areas should not be flown unless taken permission from the state. It could be the government, it could be DG. Prohibited area you will get under Schedule 1. Restricted area you will get under AIP India ANR 5.1. ANR generally can stand for en route. I'm just giving you all a hint. Or DG, exceptions. This is how the general rules are that teach you as a pilot. If you follow these 11 points, you will ensure that you are not causing damage to other person or other properties. Logically, legally, एक चीज characterized हो गई है as per rules of the air. Logically and legally, one thing has been characterized as the rules of the air, as per the rules of the air. Nandini, Nukul, Jyotsna, Prerit, Gurpreet, Rohita, are you following? Suchita, we're just finishing the revision here. Students, all 11 points have you understood? Any doubts, ask. Quick. If I'm too fast, let me know. जब गुरप्रीत पूछ रहा है सर समझाओ, अच्छे पूछो. आप बर्डन नहीं लेना. I want to be fast because I think I'm slow. Sometimes. Which is good. But कभी-कभी मेरे को पता है students को थोड़ा fast चाहिए, so I try. Think about it. Go through your checklist. Gurpreet, what's the question?
Sir, if the height is less than 6000 feet or 1800 meter, acrobatic flight should be done less than 2 nautical miles from.
Should not be done less than. 6000 से नीचे है या 6000 से कम है तो 2 nautical mile से कम में नहीं कर सकता है.
सर 2 nautical mile सर क्या है, मतलब कैसा है?
2 nautical mile क्या होता है गुरप्रीत? इतना आर्टी पड़ा है.
2 nautical mile, पर जहाँ पर 2 nautical mile मतलब किस क्या मेजरमेंट है?
बोला ना, पेरीमीटर ऑफ द एरोड्रोम, एरोड्रोम की बाउंड्री से.
ओके.
बाउंड्री ऑफ द एरोड्रोम, जो भी सबसे बाहर वाली बाउंड्री है। मैं बोला ना, बाउंड्री तो चारों तरफ होगी ना एरोड्रोम की।
जी
बाहर की वॉल्स होती है ना एरोड्रोम की,
जी
वो वॉल पेरीमीटर है, ना रनवे ना एआरपी, कुछ नहीं, वो वॉल है पेरीमीटर, वहां से मेजर हो रहा है। नहीं समझ रहे हो?
नहीं सर, इट्स अंडरस्टूड सर, क्लियर सर।
वेरी गुड। पूछो पूछो, अच्छे से पूछो, डोंट गो ऑन माई टोन स्टूडेंट्स। सो आइडियली नॉटिकल माइल डीएमई भी आप देखोगे ना तो 2.5 या 3 डीएमई से बाहर ही आप फ्लाई करना। 2 भी बहुत कट टू कट हो जाएगा, 2 will not suffice it because 2 DME would be measured from the VOR station and the VOR station will be inside the aerodrome while this acrobatic flight is from the boundary of the aerodrome. So boundary और उसके बीच में कुछ feet, hundreds of feet का तो difference होगा ही, not much then, couple of 100 feet, and we know three what 1 nautical mile is 6,000 feet. So 300 feet भी अगर हो रहा है तो 0.1 nautical mile का difference है, so not much, but yes. So 2.5, 3 nautical miles will be a good safe area if you're doing acrobatics. But अगर मेरा city 3 nautical miles से ज़्यादा spread हो रहा है, अगर my city, और of course cities are widespread, then वहाँ पे मुझे permission नहीं मिलेगी। फिर एटीसी बोलेगा नहीं नहीं बच्चा, अब दूर जाओ, आप और दूर जाओ, नहीं तो आप हाई फ्लाई करो, बेटर है। अब if I have to consider a city like Mumbai, you will not get empty spaces unless those are mountain areas. वहाँ पे भी क्या ही सेफ्टी है फिर? तो वहाँ पे क्या है, वहाँ पे ऑल्टीट्यूड ही है आपके पास, वहाँ पे आपको ओपन एरिया मिलने ही नहीं वाला है। देन प्रोबेबली यू विल सेंड देम समवेयर इन बिटवीन मुंबई, वहाँ पे भी फिर माउंटेन से मिलेंगे आपको। तो इसलिए यहाँ पे इफ यू स्टडी इट्स गुड, एवरी डे जस्ट चेक आउट फ्लाइट रेडार ड्यूरिंग बिजी आवर्स एंड सी विच एयरक्राफ्ट्स आर होल्डिंग वेयर with respect to your city, with respect to your aerodromes, and do satellite uh, GPS satellite view and check out the airport layout. And soon you will be learning the location, different indicators and diagrams. Those also you can check, like get more practical with these things, like just an idea. First part of general rules is protection of persons and property. Any doubts? Rule 26, AIP, Schedule 1. Is there anything else? To appendix, fine, that is a part of this only. Fine. Anything else? No aircraft shall tow another aircraft. No aircraft shall fly in formation flights. Okay. What else is key here? What else is key? That's it. So see, this is how you pick up the key points and you shorten the content that you need to learn and understand. Doubts anyone? Nandini, Nukul, Suchita, Jyotsna, Prerit, Gurpreet. Are you following?
Affirm, sir.
Affirm, sir.
Chalo, very good. The next part of general rules. No questions, right? General rules. Number 1 is this. General rules number 2 is nothing but avoidance of collisions. How to avoid collisions? Do you need iCATS, airborne collision avoidance system? Do you need TICAS? Do you need something else? Collision avoidance is very important. In collision avoidance, you will have lights, navigation lights, anti-collision lights. You will have aircrafts converging. You will have aircrafts overtaking each other. Converging aircrafts, the one that had the other on the right. It means the one that is on the left should give way to the one on the right. ये चीज समझने में टाइम जाता है. Right of way. Who has the right of way when two aircrafts are converging, diverging, overtaking each other, approaching head on? What is the proximity? What do you mean by proximity? Two aircraft should not be that proximate with each other that they will create a collision hazard. Simple. Right of way is important towards approaching towards converging aircrafts. Overtaking aircrafts not allowed to overtake. Landing aircraft, how to avoid collisions. Taking off, how to avoid collisions. While being on the surface, doing surface movements of the aircraft, how to avoid collision. What are the lights that you need to display on the aircraft that can help you with collision? What to do when aircraft's on water? What about simulated flights? How about collision while operating in the vicinity or on the aerodrome? So collision avoidance has a lot of different scenarios. You're getting an idea what we are going to see there. Then I have number 3 in general rules. The third is flight plans. You would be surprised to know that flight plans are a part of rules of the air general rules, students. Collision avoidance, I'll discuss all points specific. Right now, I just want to cover major topics and introduce what we have in general rules. Protection of person and property is the most boring subject in this section of general rules. So we are done with that. Like, वो बोरिंग इसलिए बिकॉज वो देखने में लगता नहीं इंपॉर्टेंट है सो माइंड डजंट ग्रास्प इट अब तो बोलोगे नहीं इतना सिंपली हमने कर लिया द थर्ड पार्ट इन जनरल रूल्स इज फ्लाइट प्लान्स submissions of flight plans so whoever has done RT based flight plans some of the other things you will learn whoever has not done it you will be doing it again all the different contents and elements of a flight plan completion of a flight plan type of flight plan changes in flight plan closing a flight plan. Then general rules are further giving me one more branch, number 4, that is signals. Students, these signals are very important. We understand the meaning of this. Yes, we understand the meaning of this. These are very important under the sea for scuba divers also. Aviation also uses a lot of signals. We have signals like this. We have signals like something like this, something you will see. There's something like this, something like this, something like this. A lot of different signals. They are not the only signals. Signals could be in any form. There were smoke signals in the past, not in aviation. But of course, signals like, you remember, red and green flares, parachute flares, they are also signals. In daytime, you have those fluorescent wands, WANDS wands, those tube-like things, torch-like things that traffic people on the highway sometimes use to attract people in restaurants, or to divert traffic in the night time. Those are wands. Daytime, you can use bats, fluorescent colored bats also, like table tennis bats, to catch attention. For safe ground movement of the aircraft, also you need a lot of help. You need ATC permission and help with respect to which taxiway to fly to. Sorry, which taxiway to taxi on. But then you need people on the ground to check your clearances of the wingtips and nose and tail also. So you need people giving you signals because not everybody is connected with a pocket radio telephony for the aircraft. That is not available. So signals are very important. So person who are giving these signal are called signalman. When you join aviation, when you are into the maintenance field, you get to do this as the first part of your jobs. As a flying pilot, you will always have people doing that. You might not have to do it, but it's always good to practice so that you know what they are doing. They'll be doing it for you. So they'll tell you through signals whether you should come for parking bay or not. Should you go back? Should you stop? Should you apply brakes? So they help you align with the lines or the points of reference for your particular aircraft on a common taxiway or a parking bay. One parking bay has different markings for all different aircrafts, where the nose should be. So big aircraft nose will be ahead, small aircraft nose will be behind. And on the ground, only on the markings, they write down the type of the aircraft should align the nose here. If the nose is stuck there, the aircraft is perfectly parked. So you avoid any danger in the surface movement control also. So what are the signals? Signals you will be seeing in Appendix 1 of this. Then the fourth part of general rules will be time. What is the time format you are following? UTC? Coordinated Universal Time, CUT, UTC. Coordinated Universal Time, CUT, is the abbreviation of UTC. Remember. Shall be expressed 24 hours beginning at midnight. Same. रात को 12 बजे नया दिन शुरू होता है. And a time check shall be obtained prior to operating a controlled flight and at such other times during the flight as may be necessary. A time check is so important. Before taking a controlled flight, what is a controlled flight? Flight conducted in controlled airspace under air traffic controllers is controlled flight. Simple. So time check is also very important. That check the present local time. And time, which is UTC, shall be used and expressed in hours and minutes. And whenever required, in seconds also, hours, minutes, and seconds of a 24-hour day period. Now remember, students, radio telephony is not the only way of communicating. You can also communicate through data link communications. There is a telephony language for this digital connectivity. Just like text messaging, you can communicate through your onboard computers. In that, if you're using time, then the time should be accurate within 1 second of UTC. 1 second accuracy. Remember that. Not microseconds. And 1 second of UTC only they are saying. Then the sixth part of general rules is air traffic control service. So what are the clearances that you should comply with? What to do, what not to do? Deviate, don't deviate. Everything that you have learned in your RT, requests, change of route, change of rules, this and that, IFR to VFR, VFR to IFR, this, that, whatever is happening. Everything has to be done with respect to air traffic control service. Position reports, when to give, when not to give, what are the mandatory times, what are the required times. Termination of control, when does an ATC's control over you for safe traffic ends. Communications with ATC, cell call checks, communication failure, RCF, everything. VMC. So ATC related things, all communication, deviations, approvals, clearances, being in control, not being in control are the points that you're going to learn in general rules. All these features can be commonly placed in IFR and VFR also here and there with some variations or specific points. So your general rules are the key to master other rules also. But generally people tend to, again, I'm missing the word. Ignore is not the word. Taken for granted is also not the word. Something else on the same lines. The next part is unlawful interference. Anything illegal is a part of unlawful interference. So what to do? What are the types? Who should do what? ATC will be there. Transponders will be there. Everything. One point I'll read. If an aircraft is subjected to unlawful interference, the pilot in command shall attempt to land as soon as practicable at the nearest suitable aerodrome or at a dedicated aerodrome assigned by the appropriate authority unless considerations aboard the aircraft dictate otherwise. If ATC has asked you to go somewhere, go there, or let's land somewhere else as your first responsibility. An extra 17, if you're wondering. AIP, India, ENR 1.13 will also have information. General rules and procedures for unlawful interference. Now, unlawful interference is a little different from interception. Interception is when you are flying, all of a sudden, you are intercepted by a fighter jet, a defense aeroplane. Interception can be when the fighter jet is rocking its wings on your right or your left at your flight level. Or they can warn you who these people who will intercept you. Who are these people? These people are generally the people under or in the area of prohibited areas where you are not allowed to fly, or restricted areas where you are not allowed to fly. So in case you are about to enter their airspace, they have radars. If they know your identity and if they want to warn you, they will shoot down flares which are safe. Red and green flares. These are like firecrackers. They could be of dust or smoke. And they are shot up. If you can see them, it's a warning that you should alter your path and go away from that. And there are many visual signals. Rocking wings, if the fighter jet does this, this is called rocking. Back and forth is called rocking in basic English. That's why we call that chair rocking chair. So those signals are there as an appendix also, as an attachment to our regulations. If you see there is a table. You read and master that. I think, Suchita, you have done it very well for your RT exams. For you, just going to be a good revision, final set of study. Everyone who's done RT some or the other place, you have read the rules of the air books, you have done it. Students who have not done it, don't worry, you will do it now. I'm just adding that you don't, I'm just adding to on the base of those students who have already done. Now, with respect to interception, the signals AIP India ENR 1.12. Just giving you some references, there won't be much. Such might come. If you come across some questions while practicing, it's good to remember. And the appendix is also there. The last part that you have in general rules is surprisingly in general rules, looks like it's in visual flight rules. And the last part is visual meteorological conditions, VMC, visual meteorological conditions. These are weather conditions that are allowing for us to do visual flights. Visual flights will mean good weather, good clarity, daytime. Limited flights, and you cannot fly over an altitude where you cannot get oxygen. So your aircraft will not be pressurized. Sometimes pressurized aircrafts can also fly VMC if needed. But why if they are certified for IFR then? It doesn't make sense, but possibility is there. That's why IFR can fly in VMC. But VFR flights cannot fly in IMC. This is one question that comes in every second or third exam. IFR, IMC people can fly in VFR, VMC, but VFR, VMC people cannot fly in IFR, IMC, of course. If I'm an MBBS doctor, I can cure basic ailments, but I cannot do surgery. But if I'm a surgeon, I can do surgery as well as cure basic ailments because I've done MBBS, of course. So that's the difference. So your VFR is just like basic MBBS, and your IFR is like MD or something. So point number 9 in general rules is VMC, visual meteorological conditions, visibility, and distance from cloud minimum heights. So in visual flight rules, there are two things that are of importance. What is your horizontal visibility and what is your airspace below the minimum clouds or below the lower part of the clouds, cloud height and visibility. So what are the minimums that you need to fly as per VMC or to fly VFR rules? They are given in general rules only. तो मेरे पास VMC अप्रूवल है, बट मेरे मिनिमम फीचर्स क्या है VMC का? So there are classes of airspace. Just like we have tower approach control regulating our airspace, there are classes of airspaces called airspace Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf. So all airspace are categorized. Over and above what you are learning, there is another categorization of these airspaces. Remember that. So you need a minimum of 10,000 feet altitude above mean sea level and a visibility of 8 kilometers. So if you are going to fly about 10,000 feet above mean sea level, not height, above mean sea level, the altitude, then to fly as per VMC, your visibility should be 8,000 meters, that is 8 kilometers or more. And the distance from cloud should be a horizontal distance and vertical distance. The vertical distance of clouds should be 1,000 feet and horizontal distance should be 5,000 feet. So in meters, it's 300 meter and 1,500 meters. So there is a table. This table you'll need to memorize. Visibility can be 5 kilometers. You can do with low visibility. So what is visibility? Horizontal visibility. How far can you see clearly? You should be able to see up to 8 kilometers when you're flying about 10,000 as per VMC. VMC can be flown up to flight level 150 also if breathable oxygen is there. Between 10,000 feet to 3,000 feet, you need 5 kilometers. Between 3,000 feet to 1,000 feet, you need 5 kilometers visibility. So minimum 5 kilometers visibility you need for VMC. That is 5,000 meters. Cloud height is the same everywhere. Vertically 5,000 feet. Correction. Horizontally 5,000 feet. Vertically it should have at least 1,000 feet. The cloud base. Only in airspaces F and G at low level flights from 3,000 to 1,000, you should just be clear of cloud and the surface should be visible. This is a small table which you will see on page 36 of your PDF. We'll come here. I'm just discussing key points. सबको मैं अंदर जा जाके एक बार अच्छे से पढ़ाऊंगा ही आपको, of course, important points है. Just level 1, level 2, level 3. Remember the techniques. So these are your general rules. Take a look. See if you have a brief idea. No damage to property तो आपको अच्छे से पता चल गया. बाकी 8 पैरामीटर्स है, देख लो. पूरा आपका main big chunk of rules of the air is here. IFR, VFR is very less. Appendix is another chunk. See if you have any questions. So far, go through the flow chart. जो कितना अच्छा लग रहा है, दूर से देख रहे हो. Are you understanding? I'm going to make your rules of the air learning, training quick, swift, thorough, deep, and solid. All you have to do is follow the instructions and keep letting me know whatever your doubts are. There are many approaches, but I want to have the best approach for you. Go through general rules, all main sections. What is it talking about? What is that one protection of person and property? Remember all 9 points and remember all 11 points in the first point. Memorize kuch nahi karna hai abhi. You don't have to memorize anything. If you're trying to memorize, you're doing something wrong. Memorize the rules and their meanings if you want. Meanings also, not their verbatim language. Understanding is key right now. Memorize automatic होगा जब आप study task करोगे और revision करोगे. Study as in reading task. थोड़ा बहुत कर सकते हो memorize, capacity. सब कुछ memorize करने मत जाओ, पागल हो जाओगे. रेक्स को memorize करके पढ़ा भी नहीं जाता. Just saying, वो अपने आप हो जाता है. Any questions, any doubts? It's been 1 hour since we are back from lunch. I've been talking non-stop. आप लोग bored नहीं होते क्या? I'm asking if you get bored or not, students. Give me a feedback. How's it going on for you? Regulations can be tedious. You might have backache, headache, earache. Is the microphone too close to me? Keep your volumes low. I'm already loud like a monster at times. Okay. Students, text me on WhatsApp your experience so far with the session. Good, bad, worse, whatever, quick. One word, one line, one sentence. Everyone. Somebody has a disconnection. Who? Gurpreet, Prerit, Jyotsna, Nandini, Nukul. कौन है? कौन चला गया क्लास से अभी? Rohita was not there. Nandini is here. Suchita, I think Suchita has disconnection. 10th May किसी का birthday है, right? Since morning, since last night, I'm thinking someone's birthday today. It's good, sir. Going good, sir. Easy and good. Good. So I'm just taking simple good as it's working fine. Okay. I'm not going into hierarchy of good, better, best. ठीक है ना? Good is good, bad is bad. मतलब अच्छा बुरा, simple. गुरप्रीत समझ आ रहा है सब कुछ? Students doing it offline? Why I'm saying offline? Doing it later, not live. आ रहा है सब कुछ समझ?
Yes, sir. It's understanding.
It's under subject is understanding.
Oh, sir, lecture is also understanding, and the way of studying and teaching is good.
I'm just playing with you. I get what you're trying to say. Good. Chalo. Suchita, I hope you're focused. Your disconnections are not confusing you, right? You want me to repeat something? It's going good, but regulations are always boring to study for me. Let's change it. Let's change. सुचिता सिर्फ रिवीजन नहीं रेगुलेशंस के लिए पढ़ रहे हो आप रिवीजन तो आपका हो रहा है बट यस नो जस्ट डिस्कनेक्शन यू हैड सो आई एम थिंकिंग इफ यू हैव एनी डाउट्स any questions what are the rules you have seen so far rule 16 rule 133a rule 26 we have seen a couple of mentions of AIPs annexures one annexure 17 has also been referred to we have not seen annexure 2 we have seen article 2 we have seen like heard about not seen schedule 1 rule 26 rule 26 again what else students 10,000 feet 10,000 to 3,000 feet 3,000 to 1,000 feet these are three different categories of altitude to fly in VMC 10,000 above 8 kilometers horizontal visibility 10,000 below to 3,000 5 kilometers 5,000 to 1,000 5 kilometers all airspaces cloud height is 300 meter vertical 1,500 meter horizontal अभी भी इतना याद कर सकते हो गुड ये तो टेबल तो आपके पास है ही और आपको दिखाने वाला हूँ मैं after this you have VFR which is just 2 pages and then you have IFR which again is just 3 pages that's it your requirements is done provided you have read definitions also of course point number 2 to 9 in depth हमें अंदर पढ़ना है I have just spoken about those points वही डिटेल में it's very easy simple कुछ extra नहीं है if you get a gist of it you understand how the system works then all you have to do is just read and say ये तो सब सही है ये तो सब सही है अच्छा ये की पॉइंट्स है ये लिख के रखते हैं ये मेमोराइज करना है मुझे बस IFR VFR so once we are done in depth with respect to ATC interception unlawful collision avoidance signal time everything interception in expansion is given in one of the appendix signal in expansion is given in one of the appendix then unlawful interference might be given and cruising altitude and table is also given. So everything will be summed up by the time we are done with IFR is what I'm trying to tell you. And how will we get done with IFR? By doing these in detail and then doing 2 pages of IFR, 3 pages of VFR. 2 VFR, 3 IFR. These 2 and 3 pages have these appendices attached with them. And then definition simultaneously. And you are done with rules of the air. So 10 to 15 questions at max. So that is 20 to 30 marks. 50 questions, 100 marks. One question, 2 marks. So you have to get 30 right, 35 right. So सिर्फ 15 ही गलत कर सकते हैं आप. वो भी बहुत बुरा है. मैं तो बोलता हूँ 40 आपको सही लाने हैं, 10 ही गलत ला सकते हो. तो 40 में से 10 से 15 अगर रूल्स ऑफ द एयर स्ट्रांग है तो बेस्ट है ना. बाकी लाइसेंसिंग में से 2-3 आ जाएगा, कन्वेंशन उन्वेंशन से आ जाएगा, नेशनैलिटी से आ जाएगा. बाकी क्या बचा हुआ? नेविगेशन एंड एयर ट्रैफिक, कम्युनिकेशंस पे थोड़ा आएगा. वो चीज़ें टेक्निकल थिंग्स विद रिस्पेक्ट टू फैसिलिटेशन एंड ऑल सर्च एंड रेस्क्यू कुछ नया होगा आपके लिए, टेक्निकल एस्पेक्ट्स. इट्स नॉट डिफिकल्ट. Everything is new. What is new now, tomorrow will be your bread and butter, right? I hope nobody is intimidated so far. Chalo. Any doubts?
No, sir.
There is a technique that I suggest, a technique that I want you all to follow with respect to reading rules. Okay. There are about 26, not about 26 letters. And the definitions, not rules. The definitions are alphabetically given to you in the requirement, civil aviation requirement. तो आप क्या करोगे पता? 7 to 9 एवरेज. ए में अगर ज्यादा है तो आप 7 ले लो, और अगर कम कम है तो 9 ले लो. 9 letters every day. Read definitions twice and understand. So 3 days, all definitions read twice is the idea. Just read and understand. आज करना है सोने से पहले, कैसे भी करके. कल करना है, परसों करना है. सारे डेफिनेशंस आपके रीड हो जाने चाहिए. सेल्फ स्टडी टास्क, दैट्स योर फर्स्ट टास्क. डेफिनेशंस सेकंड पेज पे या विल रिपोर्ट अपडेट्स रेगुलरली स्टूडेंट्स. ठीक है. रीड, अंडरस्टैंड, शेयर डाउट्स. 3 दिन में सारे टच बेस हो जाने चाहिए, सिर्फ रीडिंग, नॉट मेमोराइजिंग. चलो, आई विल स्टार्ट विथ अ फ्यू. स्टार्ट में फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड से कर रहा हूँ, आपको फ्लो मिलेगा. फिर बीच बीच में से इंपॉर्टेंट वाले में डिस्कस कर रहा हूँ आपके साथ अभी समझाने के लिए. देन सेल्फ स्टडी टास्क, व्हेन यू विल रीड, ट्राई टू रिकलेक्ट व्हाट आई हैड एक्सप्लेन्ड and finish the others also. Mark the ones which you don't know, share them where you share your doubts real time. Tomorrow during the beginning of the session, we'll discuss your doubts and then we'll go ahead. What else will you do in your reading task? You will read general rules, protection of person and property completely, all points in depth. And you will read applicability also. You'll read introduction also. So all points that I've covered, you'll read at least once. That's all you have to do. Reading and enjoying. Nobody's asking you to mug up. Nobody's giving you a test right now. Followed everyone. You'll report completion. If you're sitting in a class without reading, you'll miss out on a couple of advantages. Okay. Tomorrow also, I'm just giving you a heads up. We'll keep the same schedule for Rex. 11 o'clock. Don't wait for any official. This is it. And navigation, we are doing 4:15. So that is the schedule for tomorrow. Okay. Chalo. There will be many things you might not understand. Take time. It will come to you. The first definition that we see are acrobatic flight. The definition I'll just read out. I'll show you how the readout is and how I'm explaining. Then you'll understand when I'm explaining what it would read out like. And when you're reading it, you'll quickly recollect the explanation and decode the definition. Acrobatic flight. Maneuvers intentionally performed by an aircraft. The keyword is intentionally. Now, why is intentional? Sometimes in emergency, an aircraft can ditch like this. Now, this is not an acrobatic flight. If not an emergency and a plane is just doing it for fun, it is an acrobatic flight. So that is the difference. Maneuvers intentionally performed by an aircraft involving an abrupt change in its altitude or an abnormal attitude. This is a normal attitude, straight and level. This is a normal attitude, turn to the right, bank to the right, bank to the left, turn to the left, a little bit of climb, a little bit of descent. Abnormal attitude will be this. This much is fine. This is abnormal. This is abnormal. This is abnormal. But intentional. So abrupt change in its altitude. Some people will go like this. That is abrupt change, free fall. That is acrobatic flight. Abnormal attitudes are acrobatic flights. Abnormal variation in speed, slow, fast, abnormal variations. These three parameters fall under acrobatic flight. Maneuvers that cause the three parameters and maneuvers that are intentionally performed are a part of acrobatic flight. Abnormal variation in airspeed, abrupt altitude changes, abnormal attitudes. 30 सेकेंड लगे मुझे एक डेफिनेशन को डिकोड करने में. 3 बार डिकोड किया मैंने इसको 30 सेकेंड्स में. ये स्पीड से हमें डेफिनेशंस करना है, समझना है बस. हमेशा याद नहीं रहेगा पूरा डेफिनेशन, ठीक है, समझ के रखो एक बार फिलहाल के लिए. डायरेक्ट मगअप मत करने जाओ, डोंट मगअप डायरेक्टली. ADS B, ADS C. ADS, automatic dependent surveillance. B, C. B is broadcast, C is contract. Or if two aircrafts are fitted with the systems, then they can automatically communicate with each other about their proximity and other things. It is through digital communication, data link. And the data is going to air traffic controllers and all other people involved to, by default, assist the aircraft or be aware about the aircraft. So automatic, all your information goes to them if you have that system digitally without you have to give them verbal reports. It's like, even if you don't inform a particular ATC because you're not going to deal with them, that particular ATC can have your information if they have ADS-B or ADS-C. Because your aircraft has that system, it is broadcasting directly all the essential info through digital link, its position and everything else, digitally. So broadcast means the aircraft should be fitted with an equipment that digitally broadcasts to whoever who wants to receive anywhere in the world. That is ADS-B, ADS-C. And ADS-C is the contract between who are allowed to do surveillance of that aircraft. Let's say my aircraft has ADS-B. I'm giving non-stop transmitting my position details digitally. Who is allowed to do it is dependent upon the ADS-C, the contract. That's it. Very difficult thing to remember otherwise, ADS-B, ADS-C. We think it's like a system, VOR, NDB. It is like a system, but it is something else altogether. You understand the system, that's enough for you. Automatic dependent surveillance. What is surveillance? The word surveillance means observing something from a remote distance. So although I'm in Mumbai, some person in New York, if the agreement ADS contract is made, the New York guy could be able to take my information from New York digitally without me giving it. Because I'm already, my system is already doing that. But this is something new. Get used to it. These things are there. These things are there. Then you have advisory airspace. What do you mean by advisory airspace? An airspace, a defined area in the air, which will give me traffic advisory. I will need advice to fly into that controlled airspace. What is the definition? I'm reading verbatim. An airspace of defined dimensions or designated routes within which air traffic advisory services is available. So all controlled airspaces become advisory airspace. Now, next definition is advisory route. It is a designated route along which air traffic advisory services available. Advisory airspace is the controlled airspace in which you will get advisory information through ATC and other people. Route is a designated route will get advice. So you as a commercial pilot will only fly in advisory airspace and you'll only fly advisory routes to ensure safety of all of the people and passengers and property as well, as per the rules of the air, as per CR section 9, as per rule 16 issued by DG in accordance with Annex 2 of iCAO, which has been derived from Article 12 of the convention. Aerodrome. What do you mean by aerodrome? Definition of aerodrome. Aerodrome is a defined area, a designated route, a defined area. These words don't get scared. Defined as in, okay, properly sized and defined. It's not vague. You know where it starts, where it ends. Aerodrome, a defined area on land or water. There could be water aerodromes also, including the buildings and installations and equipments, everything intended to be used either wholly or in part for the arrival, departure, and surface movement of the aircraft. So what is an aerodrome? A defined area, including all buildings, equipments, facilities, where it is going to be used either wholly or partly for the arrival, departure, and ground movement of the aircraft. बस उसको aerodrome बोलते हैं और वही तो करते हैं. Ground movement पे ही passenger embark, disembark हो जाता है. Ticketing buildings, maintenance staffs, terminals, parking bays, taxiways, all other areas become a part of the aerodrome. So what we call airport, generally, we are calling out to the aerodrome. And the perimeter that we were talking about, that is generally the aerodrome. So if there is an aerodrome, you need aerodrome control service, which is the next definition. Now, what is aerodrome control service? What is aerodrome control service? It is the air traffic control service for that particular aerodrome traffic. So what is this aerodrome traffic? Every person associated with that aerodrome, departure, arrival, service movement, they become a part of that aerodrome traffic. If my plane is going from Mumbai to Patna, and then my plane is going Mumbai to Delhi. So the plane going Mumbai to Patna is an aerodrome traffic for Mumbai while departure and aerodrome traffic for Patna for arrival. My plane going from Mumbai to Delhi is an aerodrome traffic for Mumbai during departure and aerodrome traffic for Delhi during arrival. So these two have the same aerodrome traffic with Mumbai, same aerodrome control service Mumbai during departure, but arrival they become aerodrome traffic for another aircrafts, another aerodrome control service. Under the service, now you have another definition, aerodrome control tower. What do you mean by aerodrome control tower? It is a unit, a part, established to provide air traffic control service to aerodrome traffic. So control tower is a unit that gives air traffic control service to aerodrome traffic. Simple. Is it the same tower as the tower that we defined? We will see. Probably we'll get more in-depth definitions when we do ATC. Aerodrome control tower, you need to remember, you will get 1 or 2 questions from definitions. What is aerodrome traffic now? Another definition. Aerodrome traffic. All traffic on the maneuvering area of an aerodrome and all aircraft flying in the vicinity of an aerodrome. आसपास है aerodrome के और aerodrome के ऊपर है, that becomes aerodrome traffic. Note, an aircraft is in the vicinity of an aerodrome when it is entering or leaving the aerodrome traffic circuit. अगर आप circuit में आने वाले हो तो ही आप एरोड्रोम ट्रैफिक हो। आप सर्किट से जा रहे हो तो ही। It means if you're flying by a VOR or an aerodrome over and about taking transit clearance, then you are not an aerodrome traffic. You are only an aerodrome traffic when you are on the ground or in the vicinity. And you are only in the vicinity when you are about to join the ATC circuit or about to depart from the ATC circuit. ATC circuit is a fixed position of aircrafts during landing. I'll just show the ATC circuit for students who have not done it. This is my runway and this is my direction of traffic. So, from runway threshold till 4 nautical miles, any position here is called as finals. From 4 to 8 nautical miles, students of RT don't take it for granted. अच्छे से करो. Long finals. So this is arrival path. I'll make arrows. Long finals, finals. Takeoff aircrafts will go like this. This point here is called takeoff leg. So this is the ATC circuit we are doing. Then going left, this point here is called upwind. In some places, it's referred to as crosswind. Keep both intact. Then further take a left turn. This point, this area here where the pink arrow is, this is called downwind position. These are just name of positions. And then towards the end of the runway, you have late downwind. This is ATC circuit. Then you take another left turn and join finals. This point here becomes your base leg. Students, I suggest you do your RT parallelly if you have time, okay? क्योंकि any which ways आपका दोनों पढ़ाई हो जाएगा। ऐसे बोल रहा हूँ कुछ सेशंस पढ़ लो आप, एक साथ दोनों काम हो जाएंगे आपके। नहीं तो आरटी में ये सब काम आ ही जाएगा, इसमें भी पढ़ लो। लाइक यू जस्ट कीप इन योर माइंड दैट यू आर प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर आरटी आल्सो इज व्हाट आई एम सेइंग। So late downwind, upwind or crosswind, takeoff leg, finals, long finals, base leg. And the whole part. Here you see all turns are left turn, left turn, left turn, left turn, left turn. And this circuit is also on the left side of the aerodrome. This is left of the aerodrome. This is right of the aerodrome with respect to the direction of flight. So this is a left-hand circuit. All turns in the left-hand circuit are left turns. So if you look at it from above, if an aircraft is going to fly like this at a higher altitude, and then if an aircraft is going to join upwind and then land, and if an aircraft is going to take off like this, and if another aircraft, purple, is going to take off like this. So which all aircrafts are part of my aerodrome traffic? The aircraft following green is aerodrome traffic because it is going to leave from the ATC circuit. The aircraft following yellow is aerodrome traffic because it is going to join the air traffic circuit. The aircraft blue is not aerodrome traffic. Why? Because it is not going to join the air traffic circuit. So in the vicinity means going to join ATC circuit or leaving ATC circuit. The aircraft that is not going to do that is not said to be in the vicinity. It's just said to overfly. So it doesn't become aerodrome traffic. So tower will not take care of it. But sometimes transit clearance aircrafts can request for tower. Tower can give them. Yeah, fine. Take it. These little differences, many people don't know, students. They tend to miss out on that, reading the books. And these are asked in exams. And then we're like, hey, question का answer क्या है? वो नजरअंदाज हो जाता है. You understood what do you mean by aerodrome traffic and aircraft in the vicinity का क्या meaning है? Question can come from what do you mean by aircraft flying in vicinity also? One that is going or leaving from the aerodrome circuit. Now, another definition that you have is aerodrome traffic zone. Just hear it carefully. Aerodrome traffic zone. I don't mind you keeping your definitions open and just reading with me. Okay, I'm just not sharing it on screen because वो मेरे को पसंद ही नहीं है. जो screen पे लिखा है text वो मैं आपको read करके दूँ. I hope it's not going bonkers. You're not going bonkers. Anyone thinking, sir, kahan se read kare itna fast? Anyone like that? I don't mind sharing one or two things on the screen. मैं लिख नहीं रहा हूँ बिकॉज इसमें ज्यादा टाइम लग जाएगा और ये तो प्रिंटेड है ही हमारे पास ना, इसमें कोई फ्लो चार्ट तो बनाना नहीं है. जहाँ जहाँ डायग्राम्स लग रहे हैं, आई एम मेकिंग इट. If you think it's not enough, you tell me, okay, students? I want you all to have the best for X. What is aerodrome traffic zone? This could be confusing if you don't know what this is. Aerodrome traffic zone is an airspace of defined dimensions established around an aerodrome for the protection of aerodrome traffic. So the traffic zone is airspace of defined dimensions established around an aerodrome. Airspace है वो, zone is a part of the airspace around an aerodrome for protection of air traffic. तो हमने जोन बना ली है, वो जोन का हमें पूरे पूरे ध्यान रखना है एज एयर ट्रैफिक कंट्रोलर्स एंड रेगुलेटर्स. दैट जोन इज अ पार्ट ऑफ द एयर स्पेस अराउंड द एरोड्रोम. तो सिर्फ मेरा एयरपोर्ट के ऊपर ऊपर का एयर स्पेस नहीं है, a lot of nautical miles in circumference or in radially all around me will be a part of my air traffic zone. Aerodrome traffic zone. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Probably 18 more definitions for letter A, alpha. That's all. The next definition is Aeronautical Information Publication, AIP. What is AIP? AIP is a publication issued by or with the authority of the state and containing aeronautical information of a lasting character essential to air navigation. Simple. हमको पता है कोई नया रूल आ सकता है AIP में जो लगेगा लंबे टाइम तक. अथॉरिटी ऑफ अ स्टेट एज इन डीजी. यहाँ पे इट विल हैव एरोनॉटिकल इंफॉर्मेशन. कीवर्ड्स ध्यान रख लेना, डिफरेंसेस होंगे. Then the next is aeronautical station. Very important term, very generic term. What is aeronautical station? Aeronautical station is a land station in the aeronautical mobile service. What is aeronautical mobile service? In certain instances, an aeronautical station may be located, for example, on board ship or on a platform at sea. Aeronautical mobile service means you know the meaning of mobile. It's wireless. It's a communication device which should be free to move with you. That's why it's called mobile. It should be free to be with you wherever you go. Aeronautical mobile service is the same, giving communication services to aeronautical to planes in air. But you know the communication services will not be done without having ground stations. These ground stations are the aeronautical stations, and the definition is aeronautical stations are land stations that are used in aeronautical mobile service. So all your land-based stations communicating or helping communications with air traffic are aeronautical stations. So the word station will mean a communication station. Aeronautical will mean a land station used for aeronautical communications. So you know they would be located somewhere wherever air traffic routes are, wherever controlled airspaces are, right? But is that the only place? No. In certain instances, an aeronautical station may be located, for example, on board a ship. Because of the high seas, you might not have ground for a long distance. You might just have a stationary ship. On that, you can have your aeronautical mobile station. Still, it is on a surface. Although that surface is a boat on sea, we can consider it to be on land in that area. Or on a platform at sea. Sometimes just a small platform on the sea will be anchored and put, and a ground station will be there. A nautical station, part of a nautical mobile service. Now, the most important definition that you know or you don't know. aeroplane. And then there's another definition called aircraft. Now, what is the difference between aeroplane and aircraft? If you don't know this, if you have cleared all your papers, RT, and applying for airlines, it will not make a good impression if you don't know the answer if someone asks. What is aeroplane and what is aircraft? What do you think is the difference? Nukul, Suchita, Jyotsna, Gurpreet, Prerit, Rohita, think and tell. What do you think?
So in aircrafts are anything that can fly, and in aircrafts we don't necessarily consider fixed wing aircrafts, but aeroplanes are fixed wing, uh, fixed wing and power driven, heavier than airplanes or aircraft. That
Very
is the
good.
difference.
Good try. Jyotsna, Nandini, what do you think?
Aircraft can anything, any machine counted in any machine like drones. There can be the balloons, the air balloons, or hot air balloons also. While the aeroplanes are only the um, power driven, heavier than aircrafts. They are the which are used for the commercial purposes.
Well said, Jyotsna. Nandini, able to answer? Are you able to answer?
Yeah, aircraft is anything that can fly, but airplane is something which is driven by a power or some kind of source.
Good effort, everyone. Seems like you have read it, and that is good. So, the question, aircraft is a generic term, like animal. What is an animal? You can define. A dog is an animal, a cat is an animal, a lion, a tiger is an animal. An angry human being is also an animal, right? There's a joke. Maybe, maybe not. But talk about a tiger. Then tiger is the king of a lion. Lion is the king of all animals, I could say. But although he's an animal, he's king. So aircraft is any machine that can fly. Aeroplane is an aircraft that flies through specific modes of operation. What are those modes of operation? That they should have power, own power source, that is engine, and they should be heavier than air. Heavier than air and lighter than air is a basic description of two types of aircrafts. Hot air balloons are lighter than air. They fly in air as if a tire tube floats in water through buoyancy. But an aeroplane doesn't fly like that. An aeroplane needs reaction of aerodynamic forces on its wings. That reaction is generated through aerofoil shapes and a power to give thrust. That becomes power driven, heavier than air. So, what is power driven, lighter than air? That is airship. Before anything, before power driven flights, people were flying happily. People were going from one place to another before Wright brothers also. But it was slow, it was risky. They had a big ball shaped balloon, rugby ball. Below that, they had a small cabin. It was luxury. People were happy. They had invented flight. They could take off, they could go, they could land, they could chill also, basically, have parties also. But then it could catch fire quickly. And in a matter of moments, the whole balloon could burn and burst. So that is an airship. That is power driven, lighter than air. That is airship. Airship, aeroplane. Aeroplane is the heavier than air, power driven. So what you are studying is for aeroplanes. Your aeroplane, Boeing 737, Airbus 320, Cessnas, all are one type of aircraft. Which type? They all are power driven, heavier than air. Under power driven, heavier than air, you have light aircraft, large aircraft, fixed wing aircraft, rotary wing aircraft, high wing, mid wing, low wing, biplane, tandem wheels, tricycle, jet powered, propeller powered, turbo powered, turbo shaft. So many different variations, much more than what I'm saying right now. So the definition of aircraft starts like this. Just listen. Any machine which can derive support in the atmosphere from the reactions of air, other than the reactions of the air against the Earth's surface. Reactions of air against the Earth's surface, there is one type of machine that does that. That is a hovercraft. A hovercraft has a big tube-like thing. It has a big fan and you can stand. Hovercraft is very important for marshy areas where there is a lot of like Keechad kind of area everywhere. Most of the area is marshland. Hovercraft pushes air down and that push lifts the vehicle this much in air. It cannot lift you above this. The same concept these days is used in boats. Boats that fly a little in air with just one rudder in the sea, and they can travel along the sea at double the speed that they do on water. That technology people don't train you because it's under ships. It's not in atmosphere because a part of it is still in water. But hovercraft is what they are meaning to say. A hovercraft, although stays in air, it is not an aircraft because it is supporting, it is deriving its support in atmosphere through reactions of the air other than or the reaction that is against the Earth's surface. But aircrafts use the following things under them. Balloons are aircraft. Fixed or free, they are considered as aircraft. Airships are also considered as aircrafts. Kites, people fly kites. In India, we fly rectangular kites. Abroad, the design of kites, you will not believe, okay, such things can also fly. Of course, they're flying. Gliders, you know what are gliders? So many different type of gliders. You go to any hill station, you get a joyride also on those gliders, hang gliders, power gliders, and then those fixed wing gliders also. And flying machines, any other flying machine. So I'll read again. Remember, any machine which can derive support in the atmosphere from the reactions of the air, other than reactions of the air against the Earth's surface. Only hovercraft they are not introducing. Buoyancy related flight also they have included in aircraft. And includes balloons, whether fixed or free, airships, kites, gliders, and flying machines. They are included in aircraft. Remember, don't confuse thinking, nahi, nahi, wo log nahi hota. They are just not aeroplanes. ऐसा है. They are aircrafts. They are not aeroplanes. Even kites. Kites are tied with a rope, with a string, manja. What is aeroplane? Simple. So it is a generic term. Any machine that derives support in atmosphere through reactions of air, other than reactions of the air against the Earth's surface. इतना याद रखना है. Includes balloons, whether fixed or free, airships, kites, gliders, and flying machines. ये common question है, एक दो बार तो आएगा ही आपको, कहीं ना कहीं तो दिखेगा ही. Aeroplane is a power-driven, heavier than aircraft, heavier than air aircraft, which derives its lift in flight chiefly from aerodynamic reactions or surfaces which remain fixed under given conditions of flight. My wing is fixed. My helicopter blade, rotary blade, although it's rotating, its pitch angle is fixed. Its position is fixed. I can change the pitch angle. I can change the flaps. I can change the surface area of the wing and increase lift, decrease lift. That is manipulation. I need that. रिमेंबर ओके, ये एक्सप्लेनेशन आपको एक बार तो लाइफ में चाहिए, एंड आई एम गिविंग दैट टू यू राइट नाउ. A power driven heavier than air aircraft that derives its support in atmosphere mainly chiefly from aerodynamic reactions on a fixed wing which remains fixed under given conditions of flight. That is aeroplane. Something that will keep flapping like this might not be a part of an aeroplane if it doesn't follow this definition. So helicopter, is it a part of aeroplane or not? Becomes an important question at this point in time for you to understand whether you have understood the definitions or not. Any questions? Last 3 points to be done today. Okay. After this, we'll go and then do our reading task. What is apron? Generally not referred to as area, but you can say apron area, movement area, maneuvering area. 3 important areas for you for CPL exams, PPL exams, SPL exams. What is apron? Apron is a defined area on a land aerodrome. It's an area defined on a land aerodrome intended to accommodate aircraft for the purposes of loading or unloading passengers, mail or cargo, for the purpose of fueling, for the purpose of parking or maintenance. Apron में क्या होता है? It is on a land aerodrome, and it is an area used to accommodate the aircraft, to let the aircraft be in that area. For what purposes? For purposes of loading, unloading passengers, for fueling, loading, unloading mail or cargo. Okay. For simply parking the aircraft or doing some maintenance also of the aircraft. I myself have been a part of that maintenance operations. बहुत होता है. Apron is very important. Can you taxi on the apron? Can you tow on the apron? Then where do you taxi? Where do you tow? Where do you take off and land? Do you take off and land on the apron? No. Then where do you take off and land? It could be maneuvering area, it could be movement area. It could be both, but it is definitely not apron. This question I've seen so many times come to so many questions. There's a frequency of this question being discussed. Every 3-4 months, one or the other two students discusses this question. It should be something that you're not confused with. It comes in part RTR exams, fill in the blanks, question number 5, part 2, anywhere. Regulations, of course. What is movement area? Movement area is apron plus maneuvering area. Simple words. इसलिए मैंने बीच में लिखा इसको. What is maneuvering area? Now read maneuvering area. And maneuvering area is that part of an aerodrome which has to be used for the purpose of takeoff, landing, taxiing of the aircraft. So, area defined on the aerodrome that requires me or gives me aircraft permission for taxiing, towing, towing. What else?
Takeoff, landing.
Taxing. Towing is not mentioned generally. Put an asterisk because from apron you will take the aircraft, but of course, towing will also come. But generally, when aircraft is on the own power, taxing, takeoff, landing. And write down it excludes apron. So the question is, apron is not a part of maneuvering area, but apron is a part of movement area. That is a confusing question students get confused about. Movement area, wherever aircraft related movement is happening. Apron movement is happening aircraft related, of course, fueling, offloading, onloading, and takeoff landing, of course. So the whole movement area. So places where aircraft movements is going to happen is the movement area. So let's define movement area again. The part of an aerodrome to be used for the takeoff. So movement area is part of the aerodrome used to be used for takeoff, used for landing, used for taxiing, and consists movement area and consist maneuvering area and the apron. There is one more area called landing area. Landing area is that landing area. Okay. So landing is a part of movement area. Remember. So the definition for landing area also, that part of a movement area intended for landing or takeoff or aircraft. That is the accurate definition. Part of movement area used for landing and take off. Both. So landing area is used for landing and takeoff. You might be thinking landing area तो takeoff area भी होगा. ऐसा नहीं है. Landing area is that area of the movement area. So such are the thin lines between your questions. Movement area, remember. So students, questions. What is on your mind? And tomorrow, of course, we'll try to wrap up by 2:30 at max. Or maybe max at 3. We'll not stretch beyond that tomorrow. Maybe 2, maybe 3. Let's see how the session goes. Are you aware of your reading task before the next session? Your reading task is to read the CR Section 9 rules of the air shared with you. You will read the introduction, applicability, definitions. Definitions, any 7 letters. Start with A, half of A I have done with you. Read it, read the next, and in sequence go with letters. MN, कुछ चीजें मैं बीच बीच में करूंगा वो आपके एडवांस में हो चुकी होगी. So you can target A2, Alpha Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf, Hotel. Up to hotel you can target as a reading task. Okay. Before next session, just read 7 minimum or 8. 7 तक भी कर लोगे बहुत है. नहीं हुआ तो मार्क करके रखो कितना हुआ, फिर वहां से ही आपको कंटिन्यू करना है. तो जिसका डेली 7-8 नहीं हो रहा है उसको 4 दिन लग सकते हैं डेफिनेशन रीड करने को. शायद कोई एक दिन में ही कर ले, करने वाला कर सकता है, राइट? After that, you are going to read applicability, which is separately given after definitions on page 15. I've taught you applicability very nicely. Read it through it inside and let me know if you discuss any doubts. Applicability पूरा रीड करना है, अंदर सारा मटेरियल रीड करना है, कुछ भी नहीं इग्नोर करना है. एक बार भी कुछ भी इग्नोर करना होगा मैं आपको बताऊंगा. I will tell you what you should skip while reading. Here read everything. Just read. Enjoy the process. दैट्स इट, वहीं खत्म करना है आपको. जनरल रूल्स नहीं स्टार्ट करना है रीड करना. इफ यू वांट, टाइम बच रहा है तो आप कर लेना. नहीं तो पेज नंबर 16 तक ही रूट करना है, उसमें भी डेफिनेशन सिर्फ 7 से 8 लेटर्स ही करना है, बस इतना ही है. गॉट इट. जनरल रूल्स का पार्ट 1 करना है, रिमेंबर. जनरल रूल्स का पार्ट 1 करना है आपको, रीड. इट गोज अप टू पेज 19. 19th पेज पे अवॉइडेंस ऑफ कोलिजन है, जहां से विल बी स्टार्टिंग इन द नेक्स्ट सेशन along with, बिकॉज यहाँ पे राइट ऑफ वे एंड वो सब आने वाला है आगे जाके. रीड इट and that's all I want from you, and let me know about your feedback or your requirements, anything you need, other topics to be done on priority or concerns with respect to exams and page. Just let me know, bring it to my notice, and feel free to share whatever you're sharing. Keep me updated with other studies that you're doing for the subject along with live lectures, what you're reading on your own. Keep me up to date. I might tell you that now that we are doing, you leave that for now, do this, focus more on this, that you do with me. Or maybe I'll say good, not bad. Students were advised to take up, give some time and do RT based attendance for those lectures. Let me know what you think over chat later on. Do it, you'll feel good, and it will just be good for you. And I'll see you tomorrow, 11 o'clock, students. If you have any questions, please raise your hands, or else feel free to leave the session then. And anybody who didn't have a good experience, just drop me a message after the session. So that next class में मैं कुछ और करता हूँ तुम्हारे लिए. एक बार क्या ना, रूल्स ऑफ द एयर है, 2-3 चीजें कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो जाए ना, फिर थोड़ा मस्ती कर सकते हैं अपन. अभी क्या मस्ती कर रहे हैं, कब से छोटे थे तब से खेल ही रहे हैं, राइट? Do you all know how to activate DND? I'm tired, you know. See what they're saying.
आज का धमाकेदार मुकाबला एयरटेल के 2 GB डेटा पैक से रिचार्ज करें.
You have data packs. You have everything. They just keep selling you what you already have. And they call you from such numbers that you think somebody important is calling you. Like phone numbers. You cannot even distinguish if some student is calling you from unknown number. But what helps me is that I know that nobody is going to call me unless they have messaged me or taken an appointment or something. So I know, मैं देख के समझ आता हूँ तो कंपनी का कॉल है. Sometimes I think I've missed some new student trying to get in touch with me, and 2-3 दिन बाद याद आता है, मैं सोचो shit, I've just missed someone, you know, and I'm calling and I realize that ये तो ये लोग ही है. So yeah, man, fed up. So no questions? All going good? Great. So I'll take your leave. Thanks for being such a nice class, and stay the same. And let me know if you want to talk about anything. We'll talk, okay? Prerit bol raha, you can block them using the app. Yeah, I don't like that app. I don't know. I don't use that on my phone because then it gives my data to everybody else in the world. But it's okay. Thanks for your suggestions, but yeah, it's not important. Remember the strategy, read, and if you're going through any difficulty, tell me. It's not going to take long for you to study well at good pace with regulations, provided you're doing regular studies and remembering things. Feel free to solve and practice questions based upon topics done through these textbooks and share doubts with me on your own as and when you do it. So feel free to do that. ठीक है? As long as यहाँ से इतना कर लिया, फिर आप कुछ भी करो, मेरे को इश्यू नहीं है. बट प्लीज डू द राइट थिंग. वहां पे मिस्टेक्स हैं तो वो मिस्टेक्स मत फॉलो करना, चेक करके करेक्ट कर लेना मिस्टेक्स. चलो, thank you students. I'll see you tomorrow morning, or I'll see you in the next class when you're attending that. Okay, take care everyone. Bye.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Most welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.